There we go.
I bet that means we're live.
We are live.
Sweet.
On my main YouTube channel. Hello everyone, welcome.
Hey.
Got Dali here from Dali Lessons. Reed here. We are out at Runyon Canyon Park today. Hopefully getting to get some good interviews. Lots of good traffic around here. It's really nice. And
got a new toy.
I have a new toy. If you can see, it's a like a kid's weighing, toy. And I have these little cubes to potentially help us identify reasons, match the reason to a certain colored cube, and then weigh those reasons physically. That will be something that we're going to try today.
These are very close to 1 gram each.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can,
most of these plastics are very close to a density of 1. If it's ABS, it's 1.0.
All right.
And these are CC. They're centimeter cubes. So, of course, we have 10 of them because that's more metric. We actually measured it a little bit before, and it found that 10 in one side fully puts it to one side. 10 more on one side than the other.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's far too linear.
Too linear, yeah.
It's too linear, which should bring me from 90% to 95%. To me, requires more weight than what it should take for me to get from 50 to 55%. But, it's all an approximation. It's just a metaphor.
Yeah.
Don't press it too hard.
Yep. All right, so, yeah.
I'm going to put the free water on the other side so people can see it.
Forgot, yeah. Put that there. Got a whole bucket of free ice water. There we go.
So right now we have, is the COVID vaccine worth taking? Are the worst consequences of COVID-19 behind us? What is true that most people stigmatize as false? And are any mainstream institutions deliberately lying about anything?
Right. I've had those for a few weeks now. We should probably change them up. I posted on my Instagram.
Did you get any
asking for suggestions
from your Instagram?
Let me see here. Okay. Alright. Nothing really so far.
Okay.
One person says, let's see. Should people be able to identify as whatever they want? Should others respect/comply? Whatever they want? I don't know. Yeah, it depends on what identify means. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll keep waiting for other suggestions here. I also posted the link to this StreamYard room in the description. So if you want to come on the stream and chat in between interlocutors, feel free to do that. That's fine.
Should I be allowed to identify as single when I'm married? Or would that be fraudulent?
Yeah, I'd say so. Unless like the terms of the marriage make that different.
Yeah. It's possible.
All right, we have Jeff. All right, I'll bring on Jeff. What's up,
Hey,
Jeff?
Reed.
How's it going?
Good. Hey, Reed. Hey, Dali.
Hello.
So Jeff, you were planning to go out and do some streams at some point, or just recording in real life conversations at some point. Did you get your equipment? Have you done that yet?
Yeah, I've got. I did. I think you sent your receipt. I got a GoPro and I got the microphones that you had suggested, and I've got
Nice.
another older GoPro, and been a little busy. I had my daughter got married last weekend. I had best friends got married yesterday. So I haven't had a chance to get out yet, but I plan on it soon. But I had last few days I've had some great conversations with some of the wedding party that were in from out of town, people I didn't know, and I described to them what I do with the street epistemology, and had 3 very good conversations with 3 different people. So, and they all really appreciated the technique, and one of them is a teacher and wants me to do a live session with maybe his classroom and let one of his students make a claim and demonstrate how the technique works. So that's kind of exciting.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Cool. I'm jealous of those microphones. I don't have those myself. It's like
which ones are those?
they're like little wireless microphones. There's three pieces of technology. 2 transmitters, 1 receiver. 1 receiver for 2 microphones.
Oh, okay.
And the microphones themselves can record on the microphones.
Okay.
So even if it does mess up in some kind of way and wirelessly, you'll have the
Okay.
clean audio there.
Nice.
And you can
They're
plug in
they're lapel.
Proposed.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, you can also plug in a lav wire to it
Okay.
and stick it on
Wired
your belt
lav.
or something.
And it'll support the wired lav as an alternate input.
Yeah.
That's nice. I assume they're omnidirectional.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're little lapel mics. I got one over here. Let me
Mhm.
grab it and I'll show it on the camera.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Don't know how to explain this prop yet. That's so much.
It's a weight and balance simulator. It's a scale.
So these
That's a
are the
scale
little.
too. But
Yeah, these are the little microphones right here.
Oh,
I've
they
got
come
these-
with little fuzzy things. Nice.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So you see, there's the. It's the road. Trying to get this in the
Yeah.
camera. Yeah. So it does have a place for a plug-in, and those little these are just little wind screens that just kind of you put on. Well, at least I say you do. There they go. And they just clip in place. And it's got two
Nice.
of these, so I'll be able to have one on as a lapel, and give one to my interocular, and then you have the receiver, which is here. And
Yeah,
again,
that can go to like a phone. That can
That's
plug in
right.
straight to a phone, and you can live stream that type of thing. That would be really great.
Yep.
so the output is USB?
Yep.
Yep.
Sweet.
Now, Reed, did I hear you say right that this actually has memory in it? Is that right?
Yeah, the 2 microphones have internal memory. If I'm
Oh, I hadn't
if
even
I'm
read.
if I'm
I
correct.
haven't even read that far. Okay.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's
I've been
the main
busy
feature
this.
for
I've
me.
been busy this last couple of weeks. Like I said, I got all this new stuff, and I've been trying to figure it out. And I was like, okay. And that's the other thing. I need to get this all figured out. How I'm going to do this before I can go out and set up a table. So.
Yeah, just do like a practice setup in your living room or something somewhere.
Yeah,
Get it all
exactly.
working.
Yeah, exactly.
Even get into like the editing potentially.
Yeah,
how
and I
that
did
works.
buy. I bought Adobe Premiere Pro.
Oh my.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if that's not. No, it wasn't Premiere Pro. What was it? It's another Adobe product, but it wasn't Premiere Pro. Premiere Pro is the one you've got to subscribe to, if I remember. It's a couple of $100, something like that.
Yeah, there's the Adobe Suite you can subscribe to, or some name.
That's-
you can
yeah.
get everything pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's the Premiere Pro. Trying to get into my email and see what it was I got here. I don't recall. But it was an Adobe product. And I've messed around with it just a little bit. You can take little bits of video and stack them together. You can deal with the audio and trim the clips, and you can put text, subtitles, and that kind of thing using it. So
Cool. Awesome. Looks like I have Joe as well waiting in the wings, and I'd like to just cycle through people one-on-one, if that's cool, Jeff.
Go ahead,
you
man.
can come back later if you want. We can chat more.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to hang out.
Hello.
Would anyone like to do an interview? We're doing some interviews today. Free water as well. Sure. Hey Joe, what's up?
Raymond, Dali.
Hey.
Hello.
How's it
That
going?
was an interesting practice session on the SE Discord yesterday, Dali.
Which one?
With
I assume that was in the morning during
Yeah.
Oh, with Luke. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I was chatting away with you there in the text chat, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
the whole Eucharist thing fascinates me in the Catholic religion.
Yeah. So that was the one with JCC.
Yeah, that's right.
And Luke.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think JCC really got stuck on. He just couldn't see that Luke's claim that the Eucharist says that God shows up in the natural world. He just couldn't seem to process that. He was a bit stuck.
And he kept going back to. He wasn't really making a direct comparison of the tangibility of the coffee cup. He was sort of letting Luke repeat his thing that
Thank you.
Sure thing.
it's real. That just as the coffee cup is real to me. That's
Yeah.
I think there was some talking past each other a little bit there, but
Yeah. A
it was
little bit.
interesting. Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, and Reed, I saw what happened with the video review on the vaccine one. So if you get an interview, I'll quickly just hit leave studio so that I'm not anywhere near. My cam's
great.
not still up when you
Yeah,
get it.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
And how's your health, Dali? Have you still got the tap in your arm, or
My health is good. Yeah,
good.
my health is good. I'm doing stealth mode antibiotics today. I have antibiotics on an IV in my pocket, and at 2 p.m. I'm gonna hit the little clip, and it's just gonna infuse.
Wow,
I'm
that's
already hooked up. I'm
geez.
good to go.
Wow.
modern
I checked
marvels.
with my medical people, and that's not additional risk, so we're just fine.
That's excellent. That's good.
Yeah, this keeps Kimberly from having to hang out to do it, because while I'm qualified to do it, I don't have two hands that can reach. It's behind this hand's head.
Yeah.
Can't reach it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh.
Hmm.
And do you have any people coming for a meetup today, or that you know of,
I
Reed?
don't know.
I think Quinn was not able to make it. I think he was planning on it and then couldn't.
I texted Jacob about the poker, but I didn't. Let me check Discord to see. And my usual meetup was published, so it should be.
All right.
Who knows who'll show up?
Yeah. True.
Great.
But yeah, I'm happy to hang backstage or whatever and talk post-interview or whatever goes like. It's good to be part of it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, feel free to hang out and we'll bring you on if you want to. Just post in the private chat if you want to say something. All right, we're doing the interviews today. If you're interested.
Would you be? Are you interested to be interviewed? Any topic you choose.
Is it a podcast?
It is. It is a live stream.
Really?
Live stream on YouTube.
So interviewed like what? Like
Interviewed on any topic you choose.
Well, he talks a lot.
Topic?
Sure.
So he
You can have this spot.
okay.
Hey, walk with me now. You got on a podcast, just walk
Are
it.
you guys okay being filmed?
Yeah.
with filming.
Are you guys being okay with being filmed?
Why, yes, I am totally okay with being filmed.
Awesome.
I'm one of those weird film fund manager people, so
Nice.
I'm on the behind the scenes stuff.
Cool. Awesome.
So
Yeah, when I put on headphones, that helps a bit.
Oh,
Check, check. Hello.
righteous.
How's it going?
Dude,
Did you guys just finish the hike? How was your hike?
the hike was amazing. Like a couple days ago, dude, I was a total fat ass sitting on my couch.
Uh-huh.
I have a super hot wife. She takes like a walk every day. Super fit,
Yeah.
hot, everything. I'm like, awesome. Dude, every day I think, this is my hour and 45 minutes, my 2 hours. I could just do nothing.
Oh.
I hit 275. Dude, I fell down my stairs like probably a year ago.
Uh-huh.
Next thing I know, dude, today I woke up and was like, dude, I went and bought the right walking shoes. I'm here.
Awesome.
I'm hitting it. But not
Congrats.
just that, dude. I turned on my phone and I said, I'm going to make my own Walking with Meow. Here we go.
All right. Awesome.
Woke up in the morning and just decided it's time to let the whole world in my life, too.
Sweet.
Then I run into you.
Yeah, this is totally, you had no idea you're doing this today, I'm sure.
This is great. This
Yeah.
is great.
So, yeah, let me explain what I'm doing here. And you said your name was Meow, like literally M-E-O-W?
That's what they call me.
That's your nickname.
That's my nickname. My real name is Raymond Gilbert Rivera. I'm an old 47-year-old man. I spent years and years traveling everywhere, but everywhere I went, I'm the graffiti guy that put meow everywhere.
Okay.
And I stenciled little cats all over the city.
Oh.
If you see little black stenciled cats doing different things, I did that.
All right. All
I
right.
spent years doing it. It was great.
You're fucking.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for them. Sweet. All right, so yeah, let me explain what I'm doing here today. We're trying to practice this way of having conversations called street epistemology.
Street epistemology.
Yeah, it's a Socratic method style where someone comes up and makes a claim, and we keep our opinion out of it and help them think through what they believe and why by us mainly asking questions, helping them reflect on their belief.
Right. Beliefs. I believe in anything and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. The claims could be science, philosophy,
I
religion, politics, spirituality.
I just invented a huge trailer that's going to revolutionize the way people smoke weed. Marijuana is hung and dried, and that's what you get in your little canister for so much money. But I freeze dry marijuana.
You freeze dry it.
I freeze dry it. So first off, I take the lady that used to cut your weed and trim it and do all the stuff, and we take her and fire her. And we use cryo processes to actually trim the leaves off the weed, because when it's full of water, it's negative degrees. It's like a marble instead of like a squishy, spongy thing that you would think of. You know, when you cut it off the plant, you think it's a spongy thing, but it's got so much water in it. When you freeze it, it becomes like a marble, like a hard marble. So it's way easier to work with. We put it in some machines, spin it around, and it's trimmed. We trim 3,000 pounds of weed a day. And
So this is a new innovation for trimming the
and
raw plant.
right, but once we're done trimming it in the same trailer, we put it in a big old huge crazy container, vacuum the crap out of it, put it in crazy temperatures, and we purge it in so many different ways that it removes the water from the plant without ever doing anything to it. You never have to hang it upside down. It never breaks the cellular wall of the plant. It actually removes the water without doing any of that. So the plant stays the same size. It doesn't shrink. It doesn't lose any of its THC because nobody had it finger fucked it, touched it, whatever. But I invented a way to do 3,000 pounds a day in a trailer.
Okay, so this process increases the quality.
Not only the quality, it actually hermetically like protects you, because the PM molds, the things that you're afraid of in your weed, like usually when we hang your weed upside down for 3 weeks, bro, every fucking animal in the world takes a shit on it before we fucking hand it to a trimmer. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of little tiny animals taking a crap on your stuff, and then you're like, man, that weed had like this almond flavor, was kind of earthy. What was that? And you're like, dude, that was the animals that got into the wherever you're hanging your crap.
Okay.
But the way we do it, we take it right off the plant. So it's a living organism off the plant. It goes into like hibernation immediately. Within like 20 seconds of it coming off the plant, it's like negative 16 degrees. It's like dry ice cold. Next thing you know, it jumps into a trailer with its friends and gets rolled around and hit with some CO2. It goes into a big roller that rolls it around with a bunch of its friends hitting each other. And then it comes out, we put it on trays and then throw it into this big, giant, like oven. But it's not an oven, it's a cold oven. And when we're done, we have vacuumed an entire trailer to about 10 to 15%, water, still content in it. So that way when we ship it to you or we give it back to the farmer, it's 75% larger than your old weed. It burns to ash easier because we never collapsed all of its cellular walls, creating that tar that you'll end up having in your bowl. None of that happens. So freeze drying is the future. There's more terpenes, there's more nature going on in the weed when you don't have to let it become a raisin. It would be the same thing as you comparing a freeze dried like a grape to like a raisin. Like there's a big difference. The freeze dried grape still looks like a grape. It looks like a beautiful grape, but the raisin just is crap. So I had to go for mine.
Yeah, so the question I'm wondering about now is the freeze drying method for growing and producing and is distributing part of it, marijuana, the best way to do that?
I would say so, just because we're all interested in having something that's not going to hurt us. So PM molds, like things that live, they can't live the minute they hit the cryo. The minute that they get that cold, mold actually turns into some kind of dirt and falls to the bottom. Like any kind of animal that was living in there, any kind of a parasite that would have hurt you, anything that you would have smoked and put in your lungs and hated your life afterward is gone. So it's kind of like washing your weed without like touching it. And then nobody gets their hands on your weed. So right now, I mean, we're going through a global pandemic. Think about how many people got COVID from the Mexican or Chinese lady trimming their weed.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, they put it on the weed, and the weed's live still, man. These people are trimming it up, dude, and they're leaving it in a suspension. Somebody else is smoking it. People are getting it in their lungs. First, let me just take a hit of COVID. Like I just put that in my lips. I just put that in my mouth. And somebody had that and was trimming it, and maybe she didn't feel good or didn't think about it, but she's just infesting our weed. And I think, man, the future is in freeze drying marijuana. I mean, it's a big topic. Yeah. And I know I'm the first person to come and say, well, I decided to grab some friends. We engineered it all the way to the end, and I have units that'll be ready soon.
All right.
Yeah.
So want to explore the quality of the reasoning here and the quality of your evidence for that?
The quality of reasoning. I
can ask specific questions about that.
Yeah. I was looking for an actual way to change an industry where people were really, really, really taking advantage of the situation. There was a whole bunch of trimmers that were holding up production. There's a whole bunch of politics that are going on in the most beautiful places in the world that doesn't belong there. I mean, let's just say you take 100 trimmers, you stick them in the Emerald Triangle in a beautiful place, and then you get some gangster trimmers now. You get some people who are wrong, and they're preying on people in a situation that they don't belong. It's just, it became predatorial. So I was thinking about, basically how do you get there without having to use all these people? How do you innovate? Like a true innovation means that you are taking something that is already there, but you are changing it in a way that you can make it more readily available to everyone. And when the FDA gets involved with marijuana, we already know Joe is definitely going to legalize marijuana federally. We know this.
Biden, yeah.
Yeah, dude, he's getting paid too much to not. That's the point. Like, money rules. We already know that. Joe's gonna take the paper. It's gonna happen. And when it happens, whose weed is going to get to be placed in our stores? Is it gonna be the guy that hung the weed upside down in the backyard? You know what I mean? Let the dogs run through it. There's mites in every single square inch of his shit. Or are you gonna get, you know what I mean? I mean, how many thousands of mites have to crap on your weed before you're like, no, dude, I don't want that. And dude, the first time that girls find out that they can get weed that doesn't have bug poop on it, I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, so one reason I'm hearing is the freeze-drying method removes the need for trimming. Is that the fair way to say that?
Yeah.
And there's something about hanging it. Is
Right.
that the same thing?
So when
is
you
hanging
hang
it-
a marijuana plant, you hang it upside down for weeks. I mean, it could take up to a month for it to cure. And basically what they're waiting for is the plant's buds to soak all the juice out of the inside of the plant. And then from there, it actually just sits there and dries into a raisin. And once it's a raisin, just like out on the fields, they just put paper trays and throw the things out on the ground, dude. It's exposed to a whole lot. Like when you look at the trim from all the stuff, dude, you can actually see thousands of mite bites in the flower everywhere. From when they hang it upside down, the mites get in there and they completely propagate like huge mite cities, dude. And that is what you are putting in your body, and you don't know what kind of microbiology they got going on.
Yeah, a reason to want to think this is a good reason is because trimming is dirty. So
It is.
Yeah.
And hanging is dirty and curing is dirty. What happens when you freeze dry something, you're removing the water from it, and
the hanging.
in one 24-hour session, you can remove all of the water out of the marijuana and it's cured. So now production takes you 3 weeks less time.
It takes less time to do.
Oh yeah. So what I do in a day what they do in 3 weeks.
So the freeze-drying method takes less time. That's another reason.
Beautiful color. The colors are so much different. Instead of it being dark and just whack, man, you just look at it and you're like, this is exactly why I buy premium weed. Like, we pay so much money for what we get. Backpack Boys is the only brand of weed right now that freeze dries the marijuana. A typical marijuana pound right now is like 2,000, 2,500. The minute a freeze dry marijuana pound is done, it sells for 5,000 to 8,000 a pound. So better quality for the farmer. He's going to make way more money. He's going to be able, the farmer that I work with is going to be able to say, I have priority top shelf. You could tell by the size difference. You know what I mean? You could tell by the color. You could tell when you pick it up, there is 85% more THC and terpene on the actual flower.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's what you're buying. You're buying THC, man. That's what's getting you high. That's what's making you happy.
Okay. So I've got this confidence scale. If all the way to the right is absolutely yes, freeze-drying marijuana is the best way to grow and process it, or absolutely no, it's not, or I'm not sure. Where's your current confidence about that?
If
question.
you don't know what you're doing, it's the fastest way to ruin marijuana.
So the confidence scale would be, where would you bat up here
Oh,
on the confidence?
so if it was me doing it, the confidence scale is all the way to the right.
Yeah,
I don't know anybody else who's cryo trained the way we are. I don't know anybody else who knows. Like, we have proprietary machines that actually do stuff that make you say, holy what the, you know what I mean, that no one else has.
Okay. So yeah, now let's try to question some of the reasons you've got here. It removes the need for trimming, and it takes less time. Which one would you like to focus on right at the moment?
For me, I just want to focus on cleanliness. Like, it being like it, I think it would be equivalent to, you know, those tattoo people who don't have an autoclave when you walk in there. They're like, oh man, an autoclave, that thing costs hella money. You can trust me. You're like, dude, somebody just bled all over this thing. It's the same to me. I mean, if you know that there's hella crap on something and you know that there's not on something else, you're going to take the better of the two. You're going to take the one that somebody cleaned for you.
All right. That's the main reason we're talking about now. Freeze drying is more clean, that method. What would be a good way to tell if that is actually true, and how could we test that claim?
Well, you take 2 pieces of weed and you freeze dry one and you don't freeze dry the other.
Mhm.
There are YouTube videos, I would say, that just lay it out flat to your face. Freeze dried marijuana
Mhm.
has so many benefits to it. It's just unreal. I mean, people who smoke weed get white ash. That's like a measurement of how high quality your stuff is. And a lot of white ash can't even be accomplished by regular weed that hasn't been cured right. It's
Mhm.
just too much crushing of the cellular walls, too much tar. And what we do it without doing that. So you get like a really high quality product that you can trust isn't going to make you sick.
All right. Let's also think about how much weight should this reason be giving to your confidence. If you have an option of like 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4, how much weight should this reason have? Is this like a really high quality,
Yes.
really weighty reason?
Yes, it's definitely a really weighty reason.
And is that a 4?
Yeah, that's a 4.
All right.
There's one other reason I like this whole freeze drying thing.
Okay. What's that?
Because I get to do 3,000 pounds a day, and I charge the farmer $150 a pound, which is what he would have paid the trimmer, and he would have just got a bunch of trim weed he had to hang up. You know what I mean? It's just a big blah.
Less expenses for you.
For him, it's less
And
expenses, and for me, at the end of the day,
more profit.
when I get the $450,000 check, right when I hand you your product from one day of using my trailer, that's the other reason I feel really good about this.
Oh, so you can just pull up in your trailer to wherever the farm is, process it there on site.
On site.
And
we go to the farmer.
Oh, you go to the farm. That's
I go to the farmer. We talked about building a building somewhere and having people truck stuff in it. Never, ever was going to work out that way. We built the units that are going to drive to the farm. The farmer's going to be in contact with the video of the trailer on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to know everything going on. There's a third party that certifies whether or not we've achieved perfection on your stuff. And we're insured by Green Shield. So it's pretty awesome. I mean, it's payday. The minute we roll up, a lot of farmers like to just see it, because when they look at the difference between the two different ways they could have their outcome, it's just night and day.
Gotcha. Cool. I think I've understood why you believe it's a great new innovation. That's very interesting to me. Awesome. Thank you, Raymond. That was really nice.
Hey, this was a pleasure, man. I love being on your podcast, dude.
No problem.
Hopefully there's somebody driving down the road in a place they have fucking no idea, dude. You don't even care, like, because you can't. Because next week you're going to be driving through the same fucking place again.
Mm-hmm.
Just know, dude, it doesn't need to make you sad. It's still positive. It's still like there, dude. You're still here with the rest of us, dude. I'm going to freeze dry your weed for you, and you can pick it up at a store near you.
Yeah, where can people find your company or website or something?
The company's name is Atacama. We are the Atacama System at atacamasystems.com. I'm Ray.
Gotcha. We will have that aired for you. Person.
All right.
Thank you so much, Raymond. Have a good day.
Thank you.
It was nice.
Oh, dude. And we're like totally coming to you out of the Convergence in Runyon Canyon, man.
Yeah.
You know, that's the spot where all of the fault lines line up, right?
No way, really?
Yeah. So if you walk to the end of this path right here, you have right at the end, there'll be a stone circle. Don't get in it. Just never get in the stone circles, you guys. There's nothing cool about it. It will fuck up your life. But that is where whatever hit the ground all hit right there. And that's where all of the fault lines come out of one pop. That's the spot right there.
Interesting.
That's why all this energy, that's why these people want all these people to run up in there, man. They're playing with the energy.
Oh, okay.
Super awesome.
Cool. All right.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Later.
Dad.
Cool.
Did you get it on video, babe?
Most of
Awesome. Oh, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Are you in the cannabis industry?
Yeah.
You got your own store? Or
Interesting.
No, dude, I
Is
do
the
like
stream still going? Good.
machines. So like we do like processing machines.
What? Oh, cool.
So like we have trailers
Could
that can
use my
just come
new
up and
weighting.
process 20,000 pounds of trim anywhere. Yeah, but I'm building a freeze dryer for weed. You smoke backpack boys shit?
Not really.
If you do, it's way too expensive, but they freeze dry it. And it looks crazy, yeah. Yeah. Chocolate on them.
All right, man.
Thank you guys.
You have a great
Yeah,
day.
fault
Thanks,
lines. That'll
too.
be interesting. All right, you want to go? Want to have an interview? You can talk with Dali.
What are the topics?
Any topic you choose.
I don't know. I think I have to go right now.
Okay.
There's topics on that board there, or whatever you want.
Those are just suggestions.
It's like that's the hottest thing right now, huh?
That's some of the most interesting stuff.
That's what gets people going, huh?
Yeah, it does. On both sides.
Yeah.
And then we have to be concerned about YouTube. They're very censorious of what they consider to be misinformation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't get how that makes sense in this setting because it's just people's opinions. Like it's an interview. Like how could you censor an interview? It's just asking someone what they think. It's not coming from a medical professional whether the vaccine makes sense or not. You can't. It doesn't make sense to censor that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an interesting topic on itself. Yeah.
Should YouTube censor information?
Yeah.
No.
And that's, interestingly enough, that's a topic they'd be fine to leave go. They would have no trouble at all if you wanted to talk about YouTube censoring whether they should or not.
No, I gotta go.
Okay.
There's no point, honestly. It's not worth the time. Thanks.
All right,
though.
thank you.
everyone.
Yeah.
To set up here, technically, you need a permit.
Technically, yes.
Probably, yeah. But we just show up here.
And the
anymore.
answer is,
You just waiting to get kicked out.
Yeah.
yeah, and as it turns out, if you have a tripod on the ground, that puts you in a different category than if you don't. Notice that we don't have any tripods touching the ground.
Doing some interviews for our YouTube
Is that
channel.
really a thing?
That's
Doing
really
some
a thing.
interviews
A
today.
tripod touching the ground
For our
is-
YouTube channel.
is
wants
one
to
of the
have a go.
check boxes that
Let's
they're
do
looking
this.
Oh, okay, good.
Cool,
I want to
cool.
hear this.
Want to do it?
Can I sit down here?
Yeah.
All right.
Really tight quarters, though.
It is a bit, yeah.
Really tight quarters.
Yeah, let me, Dolly and I are here. We can switch out. Want to switch out, Dolly?
Yeah.
Turn off my phone. It's not my first rodeo.
Not your first rodeo.
No.
This is our first day with this toy. Nobody's played with it yet.
Uh-huh.
We'll go back to that later. if you want.
Interesting.
So, street epistemology. This is this thing we're trying with you.
Okay, sure.
We ask you about anything you believe is true.
Okay.
And I'm going to try really hard to not push back from an alternate perspective. I'm not going to try to change your mind about it one way or the other.
All right.
I'm just going to dig down into your reasons and how you weigh data to come to your reasons and things like that.
Sure.
So, tell me a thing you think is true in the world.
Well, first of all, you have to ask the question: what is truth?
Sure.
Right? Exactly. Right. So, what is truth? Truth is truth a concept that's learned, that's believed?
Mm-hmm.
Is truth a concept that's passed on? Because realities and truths change with times, change with our conditions. Right. So
Mhm.
the truth I wanted to speak about today is about the COVID-19 vaccine. How I
Okay.
think it's very useful.
Okay.
So we're going to pull back from the philosophical, epistemological ideas of truth and reality and what's right and wrong,
Mhm.
and talk about this vaccine. So to me, I think the COVID-19 vaccine is essential
Mhm.
in helping to curb this pandemic. Now I know
Okay.
that there are a lot of critics out there who basically believe that the vaccine may have problems. There are people that believe that they're being genetically altered by the vaccine and that it's not perfect. But the truth is, we have a pandemic that has killed millions of people worldwide. And anytime you're dealing with a medical problem, whether it's having open heart surgery or even taking an antibiotic or taking any kind of therapy or intervention, it's always about risk versus benefit.
Mhm.
And when we examine these treatments and these options and therapies, we look at risk versus benefit. Now,
Mhm.
the vaccine might have side effects, and there may be some reported effects worldwide that we see that can happen. But the truth is, overall, the benefit way outweighs the risk. And
right now we know that using the vaccine is a way to curb the pandemic, flatten the curves, and help protect the masses most effectively. Is it a perfect vaccine? Of course not, because it was just developed. However, right now, it's the best thing we have, and given the side effect profile is still pretty small, it's still a great way of flattening the curve and protecting the most amount of people in the most effective way. In terms of a public health policy and protecting people from getting sick and from spreading it to other people who could get sick and even die. Because as you know, this vaccine, it actually does discriminate, because different people of different health backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds respond differently to the vaccine. Why? Because the vaccine attacks a protein called the ACE2 protein, which there are at least 30 different genetic types of ACE2 protein in humans. So different people from different parts of the world will express different types of ACE2 proteins, and the virus affects each of them differently. And so that's why we have people that have high blood pressure, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. Those people seem to be higher risk when they contract COVID and more likely to have a bad outcome, like being hospitalized or dying. So how can we protect the most amount of people from this virus that actually attacks people in different ways, is try to get everybody vaccinated and protected. So you could either do two things. One, prevent someone from actually contracting it, or number two, now we're having this Delta variant in this strain, that you could actually attenuate the effects of that the Delta strain in people who are vaccinated, because you have some type of immune response already. So from a public health point of view, and a way to protect the masses, talking about 350 million Americans and billions of people worldwide, right now the vaccine is essential.
Okay.
And that's kind of the.
Is that a fair summary? The COVID vaccine is essential to solve the pandemic?
It's essential to, attenuate the effects of the pandemic. Solve, if you say solve, you're doing absolutes. And of course, we never deal with absolutes in nature, because there's no absolutes. I can tell you how to prevent a heart attack, and I can give you guides to kind of lower your cholesterol and exercise and all that. Can I tell you 100% you're not going to have a heart attack in 5 years if you follow all those guidelines? I can't. But what we can do is reduce the risk. Everything's about risk stratification and risk assessment. So right now, when we're dealing with a pandemic, there's a risk of contracting the disease. There's the risk of dying, the risk of long effects of that. And the best way we can mitigate, attenuate, and reduce the risk right now is the vaccines that we have out there. So that's why so when you say solve, that's a very broad term. So epistemologically, we have to be careful about the words we use when we're trying to market it, because I think what happens is when we start using absolute terms, it gives you people absolute ways to make absolute arguments, and then that leads to confusion, leads to doubt, and then that leads to people saying, well, I'm just going to adopt my own policy because I really don't want to. Because those guys really aren't convinced. But the truth is, there are no absolutes, but we do have data. And as you collect data, you analyze it and you say, hey, we can reduce the risk by this number percent, or this percent, or that percent. And this is kind of the whole idea behind medicine, is that we're using evidence-based and clinical evidence to try to determine whether or not it can reduce the risk. I mean, flying a plane or whatever that is overhead is risky too, but but albeit the small risk, people still get on airplanes, right? So we take a risk when you cross the street every day, but we have to mitigate the risk versus the benefit. The benefit of flying a plane, you get to New York in 6 hours versus driving in 4 days, where you can still get hit in a road accident. So everything is risk benefit.
I think in that case, the road risk is much higher than
way
the plane
higher.
risk.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let me talk about risk. What risk? I am vaccinated, but let's assume I'm vaccinated, but let's assume I wasn't. What risk would I be taking compared to my twin that was vaccinated?
So you're saying you weren't and your twin was vaccinated?
Right. So there's two of me, one of them's vaxxed, one of them isn't. What risk is the unvaxxed person taking?
Okay, so right now we know that getting vaccinated with an mRNA vaccine can protect, has anywhere from 92 to 98% protection against getting infected within the next 6 months. So right there, that's a huge risk reduction versus the person that's
roughly 1 in 20 reduction then in risk of a contraction disease for the vaccinated one.
Well, not one. No, I said 92, 98% protection. So it's 19 out of 20.
Okay.
You're not going to get it, and as opposed to 1 out of 20. It'll reduce your risk of getting it to 1 out of 20 versus 20 out of 20. Or actually, when you look at the whole population, the number of people in the United States who contracted the virus, and you look at those percentages, so you're trying to reduce that from happening to you. So yeah, so it protects you 19 out of 20 of getting the virus. Yes.
Okay, so that's the personal protection. Is there another component, like is the one who's unvaccinated a danger to other people?
Of course, the one who's unvaccinated has potential to contract and spread to others unknowingly, not even aware that they have it. And,
right.
and that's the problem with this particular virus. As any cold virus or any kind of virus, is that you can have it and you can be contagious and not be aware of it. And over time, there's been different viruses have different levels of being contagious and different levels of virulence. So like chickenpox is notorious. You could be in the same room with somebody with chickenpox, you contract it, right?
Yeah.
IRL is highly contagious.
Very much.
So the COVID is, it's pretty virulent. It can spread around by being, if you're within 6 feet of somebody that has it and they're coughing, you can definitely contract it. You can get it in droplets that go into your eyeballs. You can get it in droplets that land on your hand. You can get it on surfaces. So yes, somebody who's unvaccinated who gets infected is almost weaponized to go out and infect other people, unwittingly, but that's what happens.
In round numbers, would you say that the risk difference between my unvaccinated twin and me is greater or less to my vaccinated twin as their danger to everybody else? Do you think the individual danger is greater or less than the public health danger?
The individual ability to infect other people?
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at the danger of like how many people are endangered, how much. If I'm endangering 100 people at 1%, I'd say that's about one life danger.
Okay.
Something like that.
So once again, depends on that individual and how much he gets around, right? So if a person decides not to get vaccinated and locks himself in his house and quarantines him or herself and decides I'm not going to come in contact with humans, of course they're going to reduce their exposure, reduce their risk. But for a public health policy to say, okay, all 350 million people just stay home and let's not forget the vaccine, just everybody stay home for a year until this thing goes away. I mean, you try to get people to follow the speed limit, let alone try to follow something like that.
Indeed.
So the whole idea is that we have to think about broad terms from a public health policy, from population studies. You have people in large crowded communities, and so if one person is unvaccinated in that community and they contract it and they live in the building with all kinds of people around them, they're going shopping, they're in contact with 50, 100, 200 people a day, then you could potentially infect all those people. There are many stories of weddings and gatherings where we're contact tracing. They found one person had a wedding in Connecticut and infected 400 people that she came in contact with over a weekend. I mean, and then it's like that exponential. They told two friends and they told they infected and so on and so on. This is how this whole pandemic started. I mean, it came into America and spread across the whole country. How? By contact. I mean, we just saw the effect of unchecked spread of the vaccine. If you look at the United States and look at cases, all last year before the introduction of the vaccine, look at the cases every month, every week, the number of deaths. I mean, it was very grim news we'd see in the news on no matter what, even the most commercialized or politicized news agency, where it's Fox or CNN, the numbers couldn't lie. They were very, very frightening numbers and sobering numbers to show how fast this thing spread across the country, across the globe. And we didn't see those curves flattening until the vaccine was introduced, and that's why you saw now we're actually able to even be here in Runyon Canyon, where I remember I lived here for 20 years actually, and this thing was like locked up. You couldn't come here. So you've seen it happen by putting the vaccine out. And so this is kind of what we want to continue doing. We want to keep it happening because I think people kind of forget. It's like I'm a cardiologist. I'm a doctor. Okay, so a lot of people come to me in the ER and they're having chest pain. They look me in the eye and they go, "Dude, don't let me die, man. I don't want to die." And I say to them more often than not, I say, "You're not going to die today." It's like you're here. We have a very good chance of getting out of this. What I'm worried about is a year from now, you're going to come to the office and say, "I smoke now, right, man?" Because the fear of what happened in the moment is in the distant memory, and then he'll say, well, what's a cigarette, right? And that's what got him there to begin with. And what's happening now is that people are forgetting how scared they were and how those numbers were scary and how people were dying.
Yeah.
And they were dying horribly. It's like watching somebody drown slowly over a month and you can't save them. And it's horrible death. And I could tell you also, I'm a COVID survivor. I contracted double COVID pneumonia from patient exposure before the vaccine came out. And I was hospitalized, and I had to sit there, and I had to focus only on breathing. And let me tell you something, when your life gets distilled down to a simple thing like, let me take a deep breath and be able to hold it in, and let me be able to exhale and not feel like I'm struggling, suddenly everything comes into focus. Like, wow, that's a place all of us, really don't want to be in, that we take for granted. Air.
Yeah.
Another high-risk aircraft.
Yes. Yes, factor of, I think, 5 or so compared to other light aircraft.
Right.
How much risk is the vaccinated one taking? I don't mean the comparative risk. I think the comparative risk is an obvious, huge one. But how much risk am I taking when I take the vaccine?
In terms of what? In side effects? In terms of getting infected? Or in terms of...
How about just chance of dying from it? I've heard numbers like there's 3 people from like all the vaccines that have been confirmed to have gotten a blood clot.
Right.
And how many millions? And so that's some fraction less than a million for that one.
Right. So the numbers are very small. I mean, of course, we're going to hear about the bad things.
Sure.
They're going to be written about, the myocarditis, the blood clots, the deaths, the seizures. Correct. But the numbers are small. We're talking about maybe less than 1 in 10,000, 1 in 50,000, 1 in 100,000. In fact, it may even be smaller than that. I mean, right now, what we're doing at this point, we're collecting data, and people are reporting, and fortunately or unfortunately, the most untoward effects, the most terrible effects, get publicized and talked about a lot. So at least we know about them, but they'll still come out to be a fraction, a small fraction, like 0.001, and that magnitude. I mean, the thing to think about, they're probably surveilling us. That's what it is. It must be the FBI, forever bothering Italians. No, anyway. The thing is, it's
LAPD.
Yeah, sure. But here's the thing. So years ago, there was a polio vaccine.
Yes.
And polio was a horrible, debilitating disease. I mean, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a public example, but many people privately suffered from polio where they couldn't breathe, they were paralyzed, they were in homes, or marginalized. And then they came up with the Salk vaccine. And the initial vaccine was a live virus vaccine. And sure, did kids contract polio from the vaccine? Yes, there was a very small number of kids that contracted polio. But when you look at the big picture, how many kids didn't get polio anymore? Like that risk of polio was almost wiped out versus those handful of kids that got polio. That was worth taking that chance, because now you took polio off the map. Now, a couple years...
That sounds orders of magnitude more dangerous than the current thing that we're talking about.
There you go. And then here we go. The Sabin vaccine, the little sugar cube you used to give the kids, was way safer. It was a dead vaccine. And guess what? That side effect didn't happen anymore. So yes, is this vaccine today perfect? Of course not. But is it the best we have? Yes. And everything else, you're trading the risk versus the benefit. And this is why we're using this particular vaccine at this moment. Now, 2-3 years from now, there'll be something which should be very well designed, very perfected, something that may even respond to the different variants of COVID, and also something may be more specific to the individuals, as all of us are genetically different in our ability to respond and handle COVID. And that's the thing that we'll probably see. And you pull back the lens, because I was in med school, it was HIV. And I worked at Bellevue Hospital in New York, and Bellevue Hospital had a hard time getting residents and interns to want to train there, because they were afraid of catching AIDS just working in the hospital, because they were afraid, if I work in a hospital with AIDS, I'm going to catch AIDS.
Well, you don't know what the vectors are.
There you go. So people were afraid. And I remember my professor of medicine, the chief of medicine, a guy named Salt Farber. He's probably gone now. He's an old white-haired guy, used to rock when he spoke, and he says, "We are privileged to be here treating the public during this epidemic, because we are going to treat people who need us the most, and we're going to learn so much about this disease now that's going to help us understand diseases from here on. So he says when he was an intern, it was pneumonia. It was penicillin. It was I mean that's how far back he went. And he goes, and we learned the understand about viruses. And look at how much we've come from in treating HIV to giving those drugs which knocked out your pancreas and liver and kidneys to now giving drugs where people could live years and years and years with low viral load, and they could have normal lives, and then they could not infect people. And the same thing with understanding viruses with COVID. I was hospitalized. I got remdesivir. And that helped me a lot. Remdesivir was developed for
Remdesivir is medicine?
Remdesivir is an intravenous antiviral drug that was initially developed for Ebola virus.
Nice.
And then they did some studies with Ebola virus, but luckily Ebola wasn't really enough of it wasn't a major epidemic, so the use of that drug kind of got put aside. But because Ebola behaved, so the rule with viruses are the deadlier the virus, the harder to spread, because people die before they can spread it. So that's why COVID's such a dangerous virus. It's deadly kind of long term, not short term. Ebola kills you within a couple of days of getting infected, maybe a week of getting infected. COVID could take 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, and that gives people a chance to run around. So I got remdesivir intravenously to treat me, and so here it is. What we learned from trying to understand this deadly Ebola virus years ago is now used to help me and other people like me who had COVID pneumonia. So the same thing, the way we understand this mRNA technology, which people are saying, it's altering your DNA, which it's not, because your DNA is intact. What happens is that when DNA replicates, when your genetic code replicates, or when DNA encodes for the proteins in your body, the proteins that make your eyes blue, the proteins that make your muscles, it uncoils, and something called messenger RNA creates that protein. That's how we make protein. That's how we keep making heart muscle, stomach muscle, skin muscle, skin cells. And so all this it's an mRNA that's going to make a protein which looks like the virus, the spike protein in the virus, to activate your immune system. And
that part.
That part.
None of the dangerous part.
It doesn't get encoded. You're not genetically altered. You're not stamped. You're not traceable. You're not all that. But we learned with understanding genetics and mRNA to make this vaccine. And we're going to use this technology now in the future probably to treat other diseases. And imagine one day you get an mRNA that makes you no longer have high blood pressure, or make you no longer have high cholesterol. So this has given us an opportunity to understand ourselves.
Okay, so what you just told me there was that the mRNA does not change our DNA.
It does not.
But I assume it goes into the cell. The process happens inside the cell?
So yes, it goes into the cell.
Goes into the cell, and at the same conditions that the other DNA is being replicated, or perhaps it's are those conditions always available?
So the DNA is in the nucleus, and then outside the nucleus, in the cytoplasm, there's these things called ribosomes. They're like the factories where proteins get assembled.
Oh, okay. So
the mRNA, messenger RNA, it brings the message from the nucleus out to the ribosome. Say, hey, we got to make more of this protein, or hey, we got to make this, hey, we got to make that. And your DNA is constantly making proteins.
Because we're a eukaryote, you mean it's not happening in the center, it's happening out here?
Happening in these little apparatuses called ribosomes, exactly, and that's what they happen.
Okay, we don't have to wait for the cell to split or something else like that?
No, it's happening in cells.
Is it happening like a virus in that it reproduces a whole lot and then it busts the cell open to get them out?
No. The protein it makes then goes out to where it's needed.
How does the protein get out of the cell?
There's a thing called exocytosis where proteins that are created get transported outside the cell to where they're needed.
Okay.
So for example, like if you need to make if you start working out and training your heart muscle, your muscles get bigger. So you start making more muscle protein. So you can do that. So it doesn't alter the DNA. It doesn't incorporate into your DNA and make you different. That doesn't happen.
Okay. So it's no part of my future DNA is modified, and it's not busting the cells out like the virus does.
Correct.
I assume the virus does bust the cell when it's finished, right?
Because the virus basically inserts through the ACE2 protein, inserts its genetic material.
So the ACE2 protein is a protein on the surface of the cell that allows entry?
Correct.
Thank you.
And the ACE2 protein, remember, is actually a protein which actually is on the surface of every blood vessel cell in your body that actually helps your blood vessels be intact. It helps vessels dilate. It helps defend the blood vessels against getting plaque formation.
Okay.
It helps keep the vessels nice and relaxed so you don't get high blood pressure. So people that have abnormal ACE2 protein, they have high blood pressure, they have heart disease, they have diabetes, they have plaque. So the thing is, this protein is very ubiquitous. It's everywhere in all these very important cells. Also in very important, it's also in the lung tissue, the lung cells, the bronchial cells. So this virus actually attacks that particular cell as a port of entry to get into the cell, and then injects its genetic material and takes over the machinery of your cell. And then when the cell explodes, it releases even more viruses. And that's how it. So it's just kind of like a vampire. It jumps in, takes over your body, and then makes you a weapon to infect others, infect other cells, and spread that way.
Okay. So theoretically, we could encode any protein into some mRNA, give it to me, and my cells could make the protein and distribute it through my body?
That's the exciting part. So, for example, there's a disease called cystic fibrosis, where people are born with inability to make a protein called surfactant. This is stuff that makes your lungs pliable, right? So our lungs, if you take your lungs out of your body, they're like two spongy little things. They're really kind of lightweight, and they're spongy, they're easy to squeeze. And the reason why, because they have to inflate and deflate with air with just small changes of pressure. Like the amount, think about the amount of pressure just to inflate a balloon, how much hard you got to work. The work of your lungs is like maybe less than 10% of that. They're that pliable. Because it makes a protein called surfactant, we keep the lungs be pliable and stretchable like that. People with cystic fibrosis are missing that gene. So years ago, they came up with a technology, which we're still kind of using now, by delivering a virus to people with cystic fibrosis. It was an adenovirus, an old flu virus, and in that virus, they constructed a virus and encoded the code for that surfactant protein. And patients would inhale this stuff, which would deliver it to their lungs, and then suddenly your lung cells get infected with this virus that you engineered, and instead of making virus protein, it made surfactant protein.
Oh, nice.
So that's the way to do it. So now with this mRNA technology, we could do something that might be even more sustainable than take an inhaler every now and then. You could actually give something that could continue making the protein for like maybe months and months and months, as opposed to like a few weeks and getting a retreatment. So this technology is going to open doors to other treatments. And of course, like I said, the problem with all these drugs is that there's billion-dollar drug companies inventing them and creating them and competing to try to be the first guy there at the finish line, the first woman at the finish line. And the problem is that creates social distrust and cynicism because, hey, it's a billion-dollar company making this drug, and their goal is to try to get their drug out first, and we have to be, cautious and a little skeptical, but with looking at data and using proper scientific method and actually keep analyzing data that way and using evidence-based medicine and not People Magazine or USA Today to make decisions, we can hopefully, get to the next hurdle of trying to having people read good science again, good news again, and practice good medicine again. I think this whole pandemic has, because of this, the social, political, and even economic and demographic fracturing that it did, is going to help us maybe understand moving forward how to approach this problem, how to understand science, and who to listen to and who not to listen to, or how to analyze data, which is good medicine and good science versus bad medicine and bad science.
Thank you. I have almost a formulaic end question. This is a hypothetical to see how movable you are.
Okay.
So imagine we're not talking about COVID anymore. It's a couple of years in the future. The COVID thing has been resolved to whatever level long term. And there's a new disease. And then after some time, there's a new vaccine.
Right.
Now the question for you is, what information would move you to take the vaccine, and what information would move you to not take the vaccine? In that hypothetical, what would make you think it was not worth take? I guess that one's the ones the two make. Well, anyway, you tell me. What would move you to either side of that choice?
Well, like everything else, with any disease, any treatment, because I guess as a cardiologist, there's always new studies, new clinical trials, new drugs, and basically you want to make sure the study they use was properly randomized in the right way, and that when you analyze the data, that the groups are equally comparing an apple to an apple, not an orange to an apple, and that there's actually demographics were represented equally. Because I could tell you in cardiovascular medicine, for many decades, a lot of these conclusions VA patients. And so what you could really say is that we made conclusions about 65-year-old Caucasian men that lived in Minnesota and tried to apply them to like a little old Chinese lady, from Alhambra, which doesn't really, the genetics aren't the same, the disease doesn't manifest the same way. So when you look at any study, any clinical trial, any new intervention, you have to take a look at the study, see how the study was constructed, make sure it was properly constructed, unbiased. There's no selection bias. There's all these different ways that you can actually look at data, or a company could report data. So yes, you have to look at it with the same critical eye, and also with the same discovery, as we say. Because I also testified against a drug company in the past, and in discovery, got to show you all their data. But a good study or a good trial has to show you all their data. And if the data shows that yes, there is a definite improvement with statistical significance, there's a good benefit, and the side effect profile is low enough and acceptable enough, yes, then it would lead you to go ahead and go for that vaccine for that new virus that we haven't concocted yet.
So for you, then, you take that skill that you've learned in medical school, in sense, to read studies and to understand how they can fail.
Yeah.
To be able to push you in the positive. So what would the study show that would
study that showed it, or if the benefit was only limited to certain subgroups, or if you see if they do a study where, like, I may do this all the time, I look at any study, even cardiology studies, or we always look at the data. I teach my students count the bodies. So if a study was designed to enroll 8,000 patients, 4,000 in each group, at the end of the study, there better be 8,000 patients we're analyzing. If they say 1,000 dropped out, you got to ask yourself, why'd they drop out? Because maybe 1,000 people dropped out because the drug made them sick or gave them a horrible side effect, and then they don't count them at the end. Well, that's called selection bias. You can't do that.
Totally.
So what you have to do is, if you look at data and you find that the results aren't as robust, or if you think there's something imperfect in the way they counted or the way they excluded people, okay, then you could say, you know what, this is not a very clean study, and maybe we should look again. And this happens all the time in medicine. I mean, I could tell you, here's an anecdote. I was in my training and research, and we were enrolling patients in a study for heart failure. So when your heart muscles weaken, they can't contract, your lungs fill up with water, and you're drowning in your own fluid. So there was an intravenous drug. It was a VA study, ironically. And we had all these vets on these little cassettes giving them an IV drug, and this drug was designed to dilate their blood vessels. You make it easier for the heart to work. Okay, so I was up in San Francisco, and we enrolled a bunch of patients. And my job was to connect them to this thing, stick the IV in, and then go visit them at various Air Force bases in California with these transport planes rocking their barracks overhead as they took off. I think back then it was maybe in Desert Storm back then, but the planes were taking off every hour like thunderous loud, and I'm trying to listen to that blood pressure and heartbeat.
Oh my!
Pretty challenging. And after a couple of months, the safety committee, which reviews how people are doing, they say, hey, we're finding out that most people we connected to this IV drip are dying.
Oh my! So
they had to stop the study, and this was a drug that took about 10 to 15 years in development, which the average drug takes about that long. From the time you patent a molecule to the time you actually try it, about 10 to 15 years. And today it's about 2 billion. Back then it was like probably 300 million, but that's how much they invest in these new drugs. And we had to call people up and say, guys, I got to come disconnect you because this drug is like not turning out well, and people are actually getting sick, and some are dying. And every single vet I called off, was this a family show? Can I curse? And it said, screw off, get away from me. And I go, sir, you go, listen, man, I've had an erection for 10 days. I ain't giving this stuff up for nobody. The drug was intravenous Viagra, sildenafil.
Oh my!
And so I called Pfizer. Said, listen, these guys don't want to give up the drug because they're saying they're having erections for like 10 days. And so Pfizer had a failure at the time for heart disease. And then they took a look at their data and say, wait a second, what if we reformulate this into a pill and make it for erectile dysfunction? And it became a multi-billion-dollar drug on a failure.
Oh my!
Because they looked at the data and said, hey, it's not really good for this, but in this subgroup it might be good for this. And they were lucky. They had a win out of that. But other drugs haven't been that lucky, where we say, hey, it doesn't work, or it's not worth the cost, or the benefit's not there, or or the endpoint they're looking for. Sometimes the endpoint you got to ask yourself, if you design a study that's supposed to keep people alive, and your endpoint better be death versus life. You know, once you start softening the endpoints, well, he feels better, or not in the hospital, or able to walk more. Then you know they're hedging. So look at every data and make sure the endpoint is the same, is the exact one they started off with, or the desired endpoint that you would want to start off with. With a vaccine, you get sick or not get sick. Does it keep you from dying or not die? These are important things. There's that same critical eye. You have to look at that. In the same way the public should look at that when they see a study come out. You don't want to look at People magazine. You don't want to look. You want to see news tell you about it. You know, you want to have somebody read it from Nature magazine or England Journal of Medicine, or like a peer-reviewed journal that's hard to get published in, because they have critics looking at that, making sure that only good quality things get in there. That's how you have to do it, and that's how we critically analyze anything new that comes out. And most of the stuff that comes out doesn't work. Honestly, I'd say probably 2 out of 3 things that come out, the findings are kind of soft. And not convincing, or findings may wind up changing in the future. So that's what we have to look at that.
Big replication crisis.
There you go.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Thank you.
Yeah,
I've really enjoyed this conversation. Full disclosure, I was about 5 weeks ago in the ICU dealing with exactly the lung thing you described. I'm having my antibiotics.
Yeah, I was noticing that. I don't want to call it on the air, but
it's okay. I've been clear with people about it. And so this question about how to deal with medicine, how to trust, how to learn, I had real bad medical hesitancy.
I hear you. No, it's
I really hate needles.
I hate them too. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of pressure from pharmaceutical companies to get people to use their drugs. And one of the reasons why I got to be an expert against some of these, in some big cases against big pharma, is because a lot of one situation was a drug rep turned attorney that started like using me as an expert, and he said, I came to you because I knew I couldn't bullshit you. He said, come into your office, try to buy your office food and bring you whatever. And you would sit there and say, tell me about your drug. And then you asked me all these questions I couldn't answer, and you kicked me out. I'd be like, that's me.
Excellent.
So you remember that about me. So that's me. I'm like a drug rep nightmare. But because it can't be from marketing. And that's the other thing. Doctors, the way a doctor should adopt a new practice or a new medicine is from randomized clinical trials, evidence-based medicine, not from a drug rep buying you dinner or walking around and offering you to take you on some trip or whatever. That's the least way anyone should get information. That's like the worst way, actually. So you have to be critical, and you can't be influenced by marketing. And I think, as a side, the worst legislation ever passed was that which allowed pharmaceutical companies to do direct-to-consumer marketing, because what it did, it allowed them to spend billions on marketing, which is why your drugs cost so much. And number two, it makes the public sitting at home or listening to your podcast or radio, listen to some guy talk about how this drug's going to make you smile better, have sex better, and live better, and then the auctioneer talking real fast about all the side effects, and then it makes that person say, I want that drug, and they come and they go around asking it by name because they've been influenced by the same marketing team and advertising team that used to work for like Philip Morris and those guys back in the days are now working for pharmaceutical companies, getting the public to say, I want that drug. And they put pressure on these doctors to prescribe that drug or lose the patient. So that should be taken. I think if we took that off the air, direct-to-consumer marketing, because it's really not designed to educate, it's designed to promote and sell.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a great
I get so
thing.
many 5-second ads on YouTube that are basically just, here's a drug name. Oh,
exactly. And the drug names are
sexy.
They
don't even say what it's for.
Exactly. They're sexy.
Check your
now.
Oscar if you need to.
Exactly. Little smiley face jumping around. Yeah. And if you did that, drugs would be cheaper, because all the money spent on advertising and these reps buying dinners and doing all this stuff could be maybe to help make the drug cheaper and more affordable. Because what a sad thing is we have these great technology that comes out in preventing heart disease, but no one could afford it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sure. Good stuff. Amen. Good.
Enjoy.
So how long? So you were sick a month ago, you said?
Yeah, I had a bacterial infection. And it got a bit systemic and involved my lungs and abscesses around my liver.
Oh boy.
And so a lot bad. And I probably waited a month after I should have known better to go into the hospital.
Wow.
So I took a lot more risk than I should have. And they managed to clear the whole thing. I was only in ICU for a couple of days. We were very concerned because I was working on about this much of my lungs.
Right.
When you know. Like
And your heart valves were okay? Didn't go to heart valves?
I was good. Heart's good. 12 leads fine. There was an antibiotic that was having a QT interval issue for me, and we got me off that and onto a different one that seems to be just as effective at killing the bug, and none of that. So I'm very happy not to have the QT problem.
Cool. Yeah, that's not good to have a QT problem.
Yeah. I even learned what a QT problem was.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. It caused arrhythmia, sudden death.
And I can count to 12 leads now.
But they've done an echo ultrasound of your heart, right?
Yeah,
The
they
heart
did.
valves?
They did. Yeah, they did that too.
Cool.
And on that one, they're just like, oh yeah, you're totally fine. I have a clean bill of cardio.
Perfect. And you've been vaccinated or not vaccinated?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
As soon as I was available, and I'm looking forward to the booster.
Good.
I am 100 times more motivated by the public health argument than I am the personal protection argument. The personal protection argument would have been enough for me to vaccinate.
Right.
Maybe by a factor of 2.
Right.
But the public health, protecting my wife, protecting protecting all the people in the world,
everyone.
That's hugely bigger. I would be willing to take literally 100 times more risk and be happy about it.
I mean, it's crazy. The state of Florida, state of Texas, the state of Georgia, they opened up way early, but didn't enforce vaccines. And so something like that, having all these rebounds and people getting sick everywhere.
It's a huge thing.
Yeah, and let me tell you, and so I work with Sean Penn with CORE.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go to Georgia, and here's the thing: in certain communities, there's fear and mistrust of the government, fear and mistrust of something like a vaccine. So you go to certain communities and say, hey, the government wants you to take it. They say, yeah, put that in my arm, because they don't trust the government coming down and doing that.
They don't trust.
And suddenly they're going around infecting that community.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, and there's people say, well, it's a suburb of Georgia. Well, they're over there and we're over here. They think like talking about another country. It's sad.
Or maybe talking about it like it's a tiny minority rather than a third of the country.
Correct. And that's the sad part.
That's the sad part. I thank you for this.
Sure. My niece is upset now. She's up there. But
okay.
Hopefully she made it to the top.
Good.
Thanks, buddy.
Be well. I see Reed is over there playing with DJI. Little drone stuff. Let me grab a tablet so I can read what's going on.
He was very passionate about that subject.
That was great stuff.
Yeah.
That one definitely goes on my medical hesitancy playlist.
Totally.
Oh yeah, that was perfect.
Sweet. I'm gonna get some drone shots.
Good.
Be back in 5 or so. Feel free to chat with the chat or, or anybody on the stream. You can use my iPad.
I was just gonna jump into YouTube and chat right directly in there.
Well, you can add people on.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll definitely watch that later.
How's that, Dali?
Oh, that's right. I'm not on that. I'm not on my channel. That's interesting. Right. I'm not on my channel right now. All that thing is not happening. Hey there, Joe. Yeah. Great cardiologist. I mean, it's like professionals in the medical field are like my favorite interview right now.
A lot of my family are in the medical field, and it's interesting because a professional like that doesn't have to stay current with information. You know, after they
Sure.
get their profession, they could switch off theoretically from understanding current things. But he seems like he's got his finger on the pulse, to use a bad pun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as how perfectly informed he would need to be to come to a clear choice about the vaccine is a lower bar.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in this case the risk profile, vaccine versus not, is on the order of 10,000 to 1.
Exactly.
And so I don't have to. You know, I could be wrong by a factor of 10, and it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it's interesting how the active measure of vaccinating yourself versus the chance of contracting the virus, plays with some people's mind to skew the relevant risks. It's really interesting how that's the active part of the vaccine that messes with their risk analysis. But
yeah, I mean, the mRNA just seems like when I first understood what the mRNA thing was, it was like, wow, that's going to be a couple of order of magnitude better risk than other similar vaccines, because really all you need to do is you have the mRNA process, and you can test the heck out of that with all these different potential proteins, and then all you have to do is really test, does that protein cause a problem for people? And so you just have a lot more grasp on what's actually dangerous part of it. And then you take all of the virulent information out of it. You just have that protein, and so much simpler. And yes, you have to invoke an immune response. You have to make the people feel bad. But that's not by itself dangerous. At least not much. Yeah.
And the long-term implications, I think, are interesting too, because people become confused with the vaccine, which is happening in that moment, and then your body has a different response versus a drug that someone might be taking continually for long periods of time, which can then have longer term effects because they're continually exposed to this thing. So there's, I'm not entirely unsympathetic to people being hesitant at all, of course, but once you clear the waters a bit with a couple of those misapprehensions, I think it becomes clearer.
Yeah, indeed.
So you had medical hesitancy leading into this.
I've got horrible medical hesitancy. I was right about there, which is darn near the top of I don't want them to touch me. If I'm in a car accident, okay, take me to the doctors then, but just about any other time. And I'm only really to about here, about 3/4 or so.
Have you?
And
have you explored what that stems from?
Logically want to be here. I want to be over here on the quarter side.
Right. Have you explored what that stems from at all? Is it?
I'm trying to work a bunch of it out, and I can certainly give you my reasons, and that's worthy of some SE. Right now, I think my two biggest reasons are I'm really on one end of the bell curve as far as fear of needles.
Yeah.
The other night, since the hospitalization, I'm taking a daily insulin. Slow 24-hour dose, whatever, I'm not sure. And that's a really tiny needle, and that's as shots go, that's one of the easier ones to deal with. Yeah. And a couple of nights ago, I just had such a freak out meltdown anxiety attack after dreading it for 2 hours that I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
I couldn't take my insulin.
I'm actually with you.
Then ironically, my blood sugar was lower than typical in the next morning. So I was like, oh, yeah. Great.
Oh, no.
It's ironic. But anyway, I've got some plans on that, and I'm taking like a little more control over when. Like I'm the one calling for it rather than letting somebody else tell me.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And that might be helping. That also reduces the window of dread about 5 minutes rather than a few hours.
Yeah. I had a
so maybe that'll help.
I had a blood
Yeah,
disorder when
you
I
had a
was
blood
young,
disorder. Uh-huh.
and it resulted basically. It's called ITP, and what happens is the platelet levels in your blood
Uh-huh.
drop. So if you were to be cut or bruised or anything, the bleeding has no way of stopping itself.
Oh,
Once the
wow.
platelets
Okay.
in your blood level get low enough. So anyway, what it meant
Okay.
is they had to be monitored very regularly. So twice a week I would have to have blood drawn to monitor the level of the platelets, and
Oh,
if they fell to
wow.
a certain level, I would get a transfusion. So
Yeah.
I just developed this terrible phobia of needles, and I'm really only getting past it now. I mean, that was probably when I was 14 or 15, or no, younger. I was in primary school, so yeah, I would have been 10 or less. And now I'm 34, and I mean, the first injection of when I had the vaccine, I still became lightheaded afterwards. Mentally, I'm actually okay with it. I sit down, I got the jab, and I felt fine. I went to the waiting area, and the body response is still so strong because it's programmed. It's programmed itself over all that time to be, this is panic mode time, and I nearly fainted. Even though I didn't feel apprehensive going into it. So it's been a really interesting process for me to move through that. But
a couple of weeks ago, I fainted in the kitchen.
Yeah.
After an insulin jab.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And,
I'm curious though. So how does the fear of needles sort of comport to a broader medical hesitancy for other forms of treatment? Like you gave the example of you'd need to be in a car crash to want to go to a hospital.
Yeah. Basically, I think they're good at breaking at broken bones and trauma and things like that. Seems like doctors are really, really good at fixing things that happen in war.
Right.
And then the other side is I was a computer programmer and I worked in medical for many years, and was just continuously appalled with what I learned about the misaligned incentives. One of the examples, my conversation, I didn't get his name. Wow. Okay. One of the examples he gave was medical representatives coming buying dinner for the office and doing a bunch of marketing, and that's a clearly misaligned incentive. That shouldn't be the reason why a doctor chooses a drug. That's just bad. Also, misaligned incentives like Sicker and Quicker, where they, for example, they might pay per act you do as opposed to the overall time it takes to do it or the actual costs, something like that. So you end up strategizing in a way that optimizes your money. That's the natural thing to do, and I think that leads to, anytime you have misaligned incentives, it leads to compromises, and it's all a question of how misaligned, and that kind of thing. Narrow misalignments, I can live with it, but
well, it's even interesting in the case of trauma. Like I live in a very activity-based town, and there's a lot of mountain biking and skiing here, and there's a lot of injury.
Okay.
And after you get out of the emergency room and you're stable, you're referred to a specialist, and then that specialist is going to decide how that moves forward. Well, if you're referred to a surgeon, isn't it funny how often that a surgeon decides that surgery is the right answer? They are prescribing their own work effectively. So that even in physical trauma, there are interesting questions, but as the patient, you still have the ability to seek out a second opinion, right? So there are ways to mitigate it, but yeah, it is hard to go against those incentives, because here I am walking into this person's door, and if I go down the route of surgery, well, that's work for them, right? They make a handsome amount of money for performing the surgery on me. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's part of their thing. And of course, it's also kind of reasonable that whoever is referring probably thinks they wouldn't refer to you unless they thought you were at least a good candidate.
Yes, exactly.
For whatever the specialist treatment was.
Yeah, but in the case of, I had a very extensive knee injury as a result of a skiing crash, and from the ER, I was referred to a specialist as much for diagnosis as anything else. So
Okay.
because they see a lot of the specialist happened to be a surgeon, but because they see a lot of knee injuries, they could manipulate to detect the injury and had an MRI performed and such. But then still they're saying, yes, okay, you need surgery. So yeah, it's depends how skeptical or cynical you want to be, but that is still an interesting part of it as well, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an issue, and it's an area where I'm so undereducated, and yet I have to make a decision.
Yeah.
I knew that decision process was going to be ridiculously hard for me, so just right at the beginning, I set up 3 people I trust, 3 intimates, to work together as a team to help me get past my consent problems. Like when I was having a hard time easily consenting to a thing, I grabbed my consent support team and my son, the paramedic, one of my wives who talked to me really well, and one of my wives who's a medical coder, gave me lots of support and got me through a whole bunch of it.
That's good. And my mum, who's in the medical industry, has always said, even if you find yourself alone, one of the best things you can do is ask questions. I mean, if things don't make sense to you, the doctor's not a brick wall. There's a lot of power in just asking. You should have an understanding of the treatment that's being suggested to you to some level, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking questions instead of just going through the motions. So, yeah. So what do you think will raise your confidence in being able to be treated for something less than a car crash? Like, how do you see yourself moving forward to be less hesitant?
One is I want to develop a relationship with a pack of doctors who understand what I find to be a red flag. There's a bunch of ways in which someone can lose my trust. If they walk in and start talking about how they're certain about a thing, when I know that they can't be certain about that thing.
Right.
That I lose some trust. Especially if they come in and try to convince me using obviously fallacious reasoning.
Yeah.
Then I lose trust. While I was in the hospital, I actually managed to establish trust with 3 particular doctors who worked together, and they really heard me out about what kind of things I needed to hear and what kind of things I needed to not hear.
Yeah.
And that helped a great deal. Also, they were very much willing to work with my team, in that I was saying, I'm all emotionally racked up here, and I can't give you what you want. I can't give you access, but please talk to my team, and I will try to give you access. I will, mentally I'm with you, but my anxiety won't let me unlock.
Yeah.
And they were able to do that. So that's a way forward, and I get to have them as my primary care physicians. So I'm pretty happy about that.
That's good.
As far as the misalignments, there's almost nothing I can do about it. I'm not really in a place where I can choose my medical coverage. I have a medical coverage that is the one I get to have. So can't do anything about choosing for better alignments.
Have you considered addressing the anxiety that you feel in perhaps other less consequential areas of your life, and adjusting the way you're thinking there might carry across to the medical residency? Or
Okay, so like the next probably biggest anxiety I have in my life is crowds and public spaces. Yeah. Oh, look at me in the park with the table. I trust him a lot. That really, really helps. Yeah. Anyway, I would not be able to come out here and do this alone. So that might be one I could address. And
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Because I'm thinking if you were perhaps able to disarm the anxiety for something less consequential like that, it may disarm a similar thought paths and thought loops towards the medical residency anxiety. Potentially, I mean, I'm not sure, but
yeah,
interesting.
And I suppose the less often anxiety is triggered, or the less intensely, maybe the less likely it's going to trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
That too.
Hmm. Yeah, I've just found I suffer from anxiety at times too with different things, and I've found that starting with the smaller things and analyzing what thought patterns have led me to the anxiety for that has really helped with the more serious things. It doesn't in any means stop the anxiety at the higher level stuff, but it can help to break up those thought patterns.
Yeah, it's. I've been. I don't know. I've been successful in some regards and unsuccessful in others. It's unclear.
That's the way it goes. Yeah.
None of it's gotten worse though.
Well, that's good.
None of the things that I've addressed have just become more chronic.
But it sounds like the process you're going through with the medical hesitancy will really help the anxiety things as well. It sounds like it sounds like you're making ground there for sure.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
It's good.
Working on it.
Got some good drone footage.
Good drone footage.
It was super loud. Feel bad about that.
Oh, not a problem. I think it wasn't until. Where I was sitting, it sounded like a small flock of large bees.
It was barely audible on the stream, so.
Good.
It's mainly for those hikers here.
Yeah, people are around.
They want to be out in public and to the park in peace.
Mm-hmm. Doing well.
I really want to try out the. Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing some interviews today too.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I really want to try out the reason weighting system here.
Mm-hmm.
Very sophisticated.
So, can you give an example of how you use it, or you're just going to wait to use it in practice?
Sure. So I'm saying, should I get the vaccine? And I've got an argument over here that I decide to wait a 2. And then I have another argument on the other side that I decide to wait a 3. I could put 2 in one side, a 3rd in the other, and then I have something like a slight representation of how I might be leaning. And if I have a more complex set, and maybe I'm not as clear about these numbers, I could add any number of colors and any number of those, and then say, all right, well, my real confidence is this, and that means I have only a budget for this much and that much. They might be thinking about their numbers differently. Yeah. If they take the metaphor too far, though, the problem is reasons are not actually linear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a more tangible representation than the scale, the sliding the dial. It's
right.
A comparison tool. Like if you're super confident on the right here, but your reasoning process is super leaning to the left.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely. I think this is, with the balance, it's for those kinds of those issues in which you've got reasons on both sides. I think a lot of people that are strongly confident admit no reasons for doubt.
Yeah.
And then this is not very useful, unless you're just trying to say, but this, and then the nonlinearity that means it's not great. The downside also is if you put 10 cubes in one side and 0 cubes in the other, it tilts to the maximum. So anytime you had 10 more on one side, you're just stuck at full confidence.
Yeah, regardless of the way.
We're doing some interviews today.
And any topic you like, those are just suggestions.
Okay.
We are open.
Mm-hmm. And you're up. I'm going to grab the clapper. 360 cam. No, again. 360 cam. Mark.
Cart cam. Mark.
Mark. Ultra wide tree cam. Mark.
Nice. Yeah, at this point I can have like 5 angles from just this camera. Like 1, 2 mediums, a super wide kind of distorted view, a close-up of the board, a medium, or just a wide looking that way, and just one miscellaneous that I can pan around. So many.
Wow. And that's all just in post?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll sit there.
Cool.
Yeah, that was here when we got here.
Yeah. The weed one was kind of strange. Hello. And I have the link to the StreamYard in the description of the YouTube video. Feel free to go there. You can come on here and chat with us in between while we're waiting. Only another 2 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Okay. And I just started my meds.
You did.
Okay. Just pop the valve.
Do you feel anything?
No.
No, it's just...
No. Can't tell. No, the beautiful thing with the IV antibiotics is there's no digestive problem. Whereas anytime I take antibiotics by mouth, my guts don't like it. And it takes several weeks after for my guts to feel perfectly happy again.
Hello. Yeah, I haven't been coming. Warm. I like it. Yeah. I used to once upon a time. Yeah. Take care.
Yeah, we really just need 4 max per color, right?
I don't know. How many reasons then do I need to get to full certainty?
I don't know. Well, could one reason do it?
Okay, the empty tomb is worth 2. 500 witnesses. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess where it starts out leaning should be a consideration. Like, say someone comes up and claims they saw a dragon up there.
Uh-huh.
Should it start in the middle when we're starting to add reasons, or should it be virtually all the way to the left?
Well, if you're gonna ask me what reasons do I have to disbelieve the dragon, and I'm gonna say, when you mean a dragon, you mean something that almost all of us think is mythological, right? And then I would put a 4 weight against it, and now give me reasons in favor of it.
Yeah, you start out with that background knowledge.
Yeah, I would start with a bias.
Yeah.
And I would have a reason that I could identify to be able to put some weight on that bias.
Mm-hmm. And like, humans usually stay dead.
Oh yeah. If we're going to cumulative case, yeah, definitely.
Humans have always stayed dead whenever we've seen them die. After
Yeah, and then modern
after
science.
After 3 days.
Darn it.
After 3 days.
Well, yes, 3 days. 3 days of dead is pretty dead. But it wasn't 3 days. It was
18 hours.
30 to 33 hours.
Okay, yeah, 30.
But, you know, that's nitpicking. Yeah, they sort of pulled that thing like with the decade on the Apollo missions.
Yeah.
NASA claimed, no, the decade doesn't end until the end of 1970. We have that much time, right? They kind of hedged on their bets that way. But they got her done. Way before we should have tried something like that.
There's the StreamYard link. I posted it in the chat everywhere. Oh, man. So it's freeze drying weed. He said he invented that method.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that. That's not the case.
I also have some back of the envelope calculations that were going on in my head that reduced my confidence.
Yeah. It seems like it takes a lot of power to
that was the first
freeze-dry.
one. He takes the trailer to the farmer.
That's a lot.
And how much power can the farmer provide?
Yeah. Is the farmer paying for the freeze drying process?
Well, if the farmer might be paying for the electricity, and you can work that out. That's no problem. Are they bringing ridiculously sized diesel generators? How much power does it take to freeze dry 3,000 pounds of something?
For like at least a day, I assume. How many hours does that take?
Well, in this case, they're doing freeze dry, which is vacuum pump.
You got to vacuum out the air.
Right. Yeah. In this case, so they're chilling it down. Now, if he wants to not break the cell walls, he can't actually chill it down until he dehydrates it some. So it might be that the first step is reducing the atmospheric pressure significantly at a very high cost of vacuum, as you're using vacuum pumping to boil off the liquid and do so at a refrigerated temperature. And basically, after not very long, any water that's left has frozen. But because a lot of the water has left, the cell wall doesn't break. That's if cell wall breakage matters. In this case, I'm unconvinced that has anything to do with the tar levels or the other, and I'm a little bit concerned about the lower volatiles. That there's a range of molecular weights of these oils, and the ones with the lowest molecular weights boil off more easily. They're the ones that you can smell, and I'm thinking that if you vacuum those really hard, can you get the temperature down low enough to keep those volatiles in, or are you actually sorting the volatiles out? Maybe that's good.
Yeah.
But the amount of power required is a big deal.
Yeah. I will not be here next week. Going to Naples.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping off my cat because I need them to be not at my place when I start the road trip.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, doing some interviews today if you're interested.
Take one of those waters?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Thanks, y'all.
Those topics or any others?
Awesome.
So, do you know how long this camera was out during my talk with the cardiologist?
2 minutes, maybe.
Okay, so no big deal.
And I'll just upload the wide anyway for the clip.
Okay.
Yeah. It takes like a whole night to process this freaking footage.
Oh my.
To transcode it.
Okay.
To import it, transcode it, then import the transcoded footage. Takes forever.
Hmm. Is it something you can set up as a batch and then walk away from the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that's the whole night for the 4-hour session.
It probably takes about 2 hours to transcode them all. So.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm usually I'm importing other footage before I start with this, so I can get the clips out.
Okay. Been thinking about these little centimeter scale cubes, and thinking about doing a video completely not about street epistemology, but just about getting intuitions on orders of magnitude. Because if I take a stack of these that fit into this table, assuming the table's a meter, that's a million to 1. That's 1/millionth of what would fit into this table. 1 million of these would fit in the block.
1 million would fit in the block?
Yeah, 100 times 100 times 100. That's 1 million.
Wow.
And so, if you
one layer.
No, it's 100 high by 100 wide by 100 this way.
Okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah. So if you take just in 3 dimensions, you get that here. If you were to go down to the little flick off the end here, that's a piece of a grain of rice, a millimeter square, then you have a 1,000,000,000 relationship between the thing that fits under your desk. And now you can think about 1 billion. 1 billionth of under the desk is a grain of rice, ish. And then if you want trillions and peta and eta, now we're talking about how many truckloads and how many container ships and so on.
Yeah, we're doing some interviews today.
Straightforward.
Any
on those topics or anything else you choose.
Yeah.
Those are just suggestions.
Is it worth taking? No. Are there consequences? Yes. There's some behind us and there's some in front of us. What is the true? What is true that most people see as false? The ivermectin doesn't work.
No, it's true.
Oh, it's true that ivermectin does. Yeah, it doesn't work. Are any mainstream institutions? Yes, all of them. Yeah.
If they have 3 letters, they're lying.
Pass.
Dang, all those sound great to talk about.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just pass. Because I don't want to deal with YouTube.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, that would have. Ivermectin would have.
Oh, any one of those would have gone down the same checklist, and they travel as a pack. So for anybody not paying attention, a family of 3 came by, and we have 4 questions up there, all kind of relating to the vaccine thing. If taking up a COVID vaccine is good, whether there's maybe truths in the world that a lot of people think are false that are actually true, stuff like that. And she responded in a vaccine denial way to all 4 answers. And yeah, I'm just not I'm usually not edgy about claims, but YouTube is going to be edgy, so all right. I'm personally willing to hear somebody out while they're spewing nonsense, and and I'm not much influenced by it. By the time I see this much nonsense, the further nonsense keeps getting less and less weight until it's down to zero. And sometimes negative, because some people can spew so much wrong that when I hear something that I don't know about, I'm actually biased against it. Yep. There are some people who speak in public where if they said that the sun rose over there, that's where I thought I would raise, and now I have to go check. Yeah, I've come to conclude that some people only speak in public for the purpose of lying. That they don't bother making a statement unless it's to I guess influence somebody toward their thinking, but everything that they think that they bother to take a stand on is wrong in my, more or less.
There's an interesting principle from the elephant in the brain. I learned that the more bizarre the claim seems to outsiders, the stronger the in-group is in coalescing around that claim. So if you profess weird things that other people outside your moral community reject, that means they reject your moral community, and your moral community is therefore more solid. You have more solidarity, you have more stuff to be together about.
I wonder if that's sort of a distillation process where you might have all these people, and the ones who are less willing to have a highly challenged claim just drop off. So what you end up with is a smaller, more entrenched group.
Yeah.
Those that passed the test of being willing to believe the thing that was hard to believe. Yeah. And then you have to wait a generation for all the old scientists to die, and then we can have a proper paradigm shift. I'm really, really happy with my multi-camera setup, especially if I have decent Wi-Fi. I don't know if you saw my setup with Hirsch last Saturday, I guess it was, where we had 3 cameras running through StreamYard.
Yeah, I like the cropped split view where it's just close up on you on one side, close up of the other person on the other side. That's really all you need. The wide one, if you have the cameras right in the middle of you, that annoys me. Seeing all the equipment right there in front of you, that's annoying to me. But if you don't, you have the wide shot, then you can just have the 2 single shots, and that's fine.
Okay, so the equipment's distracting or annoying.
Yeah. Or you could have over the shoulders.
Yeah,
Of you.
if I could zoom enough to make that work, but the cameras I'm using have
too wide.
Very little zoom capability.
Yeah.
Hence, I'm basically putting them on a single stand here in the middle.
You can get little lens adapters. I had one a while ago for my old iPhone. You can put I'm sure they can clamp right on to whatever lens you have. That might be too complicated.
Might be.
I'm doing some interviews today if you're interested. No.
I'm seeing things like the iPhone that have like 3 and 4 lenses on them for different zoom levels, I think, or whatever. I'm not sure.
Although I can't switch lenses in the StreamYard yet. They don't have that capability.
So StreamYard isn't able to look at the more zoomed in lens.
No.
Okay. That's less good.
Yeah. I can switch from front to back, but not to any of the wider or closer lenses on the back. Just the standard one.
Trying to think of what it takes to stream. So, imagine I have an SLR. What does it take to get to stream that SLR? Do I have to go into a computer and something live to this thing to then go out? I do have some old SLRs that are pretty decent, but they might be limited.
You need some kind of box with HDMI inputs or SDI inputs. And that box would then be a USB to like a tablet, and you'd be able to see the video from there. That would be a way.
Doesn't sound plug and play to me yet. Sounds like extra things that need power. Yeah. And all they need is USB power. That turns out to be cheap.
Yeah, deal is like having a, what is it, Dishy McFlag face.
Sure. Oh yeah, that'll be rocking. And that'll also require a lithium lunchbox.
Yeah, and 3 iPhones, like over the shoulder here. Just put it right there. Close up, wide. And that you can switch angles that way. And they're all on Wi-Fi to the Dishy McFlat face.
Yeah. With Dishy, life becomes nice.
That would be awesome.
You
can just run a cable and put it over there.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like right here behind the table, we have a shot to the south that's probably pretty good. It's almost one of the better places in this local area as far as getting an open shot between the trees. Hard to say. Yeah, Dishy will be really nice. And in a case like that, once you've got a lithium lunchbox, a laptop becomes a lot easier to think about. Yeah, and the laptop might already have those interfaces built in. HDMI interface or
an input HDMI? Hard to say.
Don't know. Yeah, there really seems to be an interface wall between any of the old equipment with the new stuff. I can get it. It's so easy to have any phone. I can do this right off any phone, but if I want a better camera than that,
yeah.
Can I please just USB between this and a phone? Hey, phone, use this SLR as your webcam. Really? Seems like you should be able to do that. So figure that out.
Well, I'm not getting enough people today.
It was good for a little while.
No.
Now it's the hot part of the day.
Yeah. Halfway. Playing some SE poker tonight.
Cool.
Yeah. If you would like to play, anyone who's watching, feel free to DM me on Twitter or Instagram or wherever. Send you an invite. Have you talked to Daniel yet?
Yes. Daniel was on Thursday.
Okay, so I can delete that banner.
Daniel yet? Yes. Daniel was on. Okay. I just queued up our stream so I could see what's going on. My aura is looking thin. Mind if I fluff it with these selenite wands that I charged in the light of the full moon? Oh, yeah, that'd be okay.
This person said they're addicted to woo and food infused ASMR.
There you go.
All right. Hello, how's it going?
Howdy. Woo infused ASMR. A quick Google search disproved the infinity. Yes, yes, that makes sense. Oh, Shrinking Universe David called in to Truth Wanted 2 days ago.
I saw that.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to go check that one out. I'll be interested to see how they dealt with that. Yeah, I found it mathematically implausible, but, that's all right. What do I know? I learned most of my physics just on YouTube. Just like a minor fan. I'm lucky when I can read the math. But I've learned enough to be not a hard determinist. Because I think I think there's not nearly enough information that could be stored inside a radioactive atom to set a timer on when it's going to pop. And if it doesn't know from the beginning of time when it's going to pop, then it must pop at a random time. And therefore, no hard determinism. At least in the could roll the time machine back and it would play out the same way kind of sense of hard determinism. How is the weather? I think it's about 27 centigrade locally. And it's clear, bright, and wind is low. Although we're in a bit of a canyon, so that might not be. Anyway, the wind is low where we're sitting. How do we deal with ILs that use the interview as a lecture opportunity? I let them bloviate about 3 times as much as Pine Creek, and then I ask them to focus on one particular claim so that I can engage and be part of the conversation. And that does not always work. I have an example of someone who called me while I was in the hospital and used it as an opportunity to try to convert me. And they were hard of listening. Yes. Well, this was someone I grew up with. And at first I was like, oh, Tom. Yeah, I'd love to talk to Tom. And then it turns out it was Tom Sr. But I didn't figure that out for about 20 minutes, even though I was talking about, yeah, I remember when we used to do this and go to see these movies and this, and you taught me the logical song on the guitar and this and that and the other thing. And there was so little listening and such weird responses that I didn't figure out that he wasn't even listening to my reminiscences, and it was his father, Tom Sr. Anyway, not a big deal. I decided he could have a couple of hours. I'd try to hear him out. The gish did in fact gallop. Tell a joke or something. Oh my. I have jokes on tap. I have to look one up.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
John Vervaeke is live. We're premiering a video with the title Street Philosophy and Spirituality with Jules Evans. Street Greek philosophy.
Okay.
What was that guy's name that you talked to? Forgot.
Don't know. I messed up. Yeah, I messed up on that. Okay, so trying to look up a joke. Not liking any of the ones I see. Oh well, not gonna get a joke.
Skeptical, what is that, Sex? Says, I recently watched the astrology interview with Chart Can Go Fuck Yourself, or It Fuck Itself. How do you keep your zen? Yeah, that was hard for that one. That happened just down there, yeah.
Yeah, that was such a radical departure from normal. That's all right. Yeah.
Practice, meditation,
Mm-hmm.
having the right attitude.
Legal weed's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find I make a rule of not doing street epistemology unless I've had some weed. It turns out I don't have a great thick skin. Blew up with my husband a few weeks ago, early in the morning. He starts, well, I don't need to go into that. Anyway, I failed to have a properly thick skin. Responded poorly. It's a good thing he's very forgiving. If you could choose anybody to walk up right now for a conversation, who would it be? So I'm sort of having to choose amongst people that would otherwise be famous. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about them. Dr. Anthony Fauci? That'd be a great one. Make your case. Tell me the most frustrating arguments against you. Tell me how I can learn to trust better. Yeah, on Thursday, speaking with Daniel, he listed Dr. Fauci as one of the people he would very much not trust.
Daniel who? Oh,
Daniel,
during your chat?
Yeah, during the medical hesitancy chat. This is I'm gonna pronounce it wrong. Stransjord. I know I'm saying that wrong. I'm not sure how to say it right. I find a lot of Daniel's reason to be about his pet topic of circumcision. So his main reason for distrusting Fauci was Fauci supports circumcision and support of circumcision for the reason of reducing HIV transmission.
Fauci has stated his position on that and the reasoning for it?
Mm-hmm. Sometime in the past. Well, I mean, if I believe Daniel, and I do in this case.
Okay.
So, I mean, if Daniel misunderstood or misremembers, that's fine too. You know, so yeah, I find Daniel to be much more moved by things that are about his pet concern. I'm highly aligned with him on that pet concern. I'm just not an activist on it. What's my favorite topic to discuss? Well, in the last month or so, it's medical hesitancy. So I'm real happy. I got a cardiologist to sit down with me and talk about hesitancy and be productive about it. So I'm delighted. That made my whole day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's been the favorite topic since Reed is messing with them. Back. I'll believe it when I see it. Oh, now I see it. That much delay. And now you're gonna come and sit down next to me, I bet. Apparently I'm 22 seconds behind live.
Forgot to offer them the puzzle pieces.
I even had a mental note during the middle of that and forgot.
Are we out of water?
Oh, are we? Yeah, it's been a lot of demand. we'll have to put a sign in the bottom that says Elon says we'll have more water in 2 weeks. That was my joke for the day. Have you changed your mind about something after an on-camera SE discussion? I change my mind a lot of the time. I think I might be moved 10% in my confidence a third of the time. And probably once in 20 or something, I can change my mind almost, from one side to the other. I think I change my mind more if I'm making a claim than if I'm questioning one.
Yeah.
That's not usually on an on-camera discussion. I don't make very many claims on camera. Most of the time I'm doing the questioning when I'm doing live streaming. But I'll make claims quite often in practice sessions. And in those cases, I'm often making a claim that I'm not all that certain about. Where, hey, Jacob.
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon, all. How are we doing?
We're doing
good.
great.
I'll just drop your headphones and sit down.
Yeah. Check the headphones around.
No problem.
Are those live on anything?
Might need to be turned on. We're just hanging out.
Are those going to your channel 3?
Yes.
Okay,
It
good.
should be. Just need to turn it on.
Cool.
Doing some interviews today, if anyone's interested.
That's enough.
No.
That's enough.
How's it been going? What's all with this stuff?
So this is a new notion. It's a metaphor of how we might weigh. And this would come up if somebody had a claim that they had arguments for and against.
Yeah.
And they could balance it out. So.
They get to put a little block on each side.
Right. So if I put a 4 and a 2 over here, what is it going to take to outweigh?
Yeah. Each color represents a reason, and the weight of the reason is how many blocks you add.
Ah, okay. So if I have like one really good reason for, I put all 4 blues on one side.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the idea of it.
Have people been liking it?
Nobody's had that kind of
Yeah. We should probably just
that kind of thing yet.
not have it on the table all the time, but just bring it in case it gets into a really complex, nuanced conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to bring it in.
So I think we've
At the
had
start.
2 conversations so far. The first guy is working on freeze drying weed.
Okay.
And he didn't get much into his reasons. He mostly got into sales pitch.
Okay.
So he was a bit stuck on transmit. Okay, that happens. And the second
Transmitting
one,
the belief, you mean?
yeah, whenever we'd ask him questions about the belief, he would just pick up somewhere along in his
Okay.
sales pitch
Right.
and say, and wouldn't you think this? And when you saw this kind of thing, hey, it looks like this. That's better because
Yeah.
white ash and no bugs pooping on your thing. Anyway, it was fun.
Well, I guess that would be a problem.
Could be. Might not have as much effect on my concerns. I figure mostly bug poop then fire, then not a problem.
Yeah, it's like camping rules. Everything you're gonna cook, so it doesn't matter what gets on it.
Right. Yeah, that kind of thing too.
I think you're up, so you might as well take the main. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
And then I got the next one, and it was a treat.
Mm-hmm.
It was a cardiologist who got to sit down and talk to me about COVID.
Oh, okay.
That was yummy and crunchy and delightful.
Was it focused on like a claim that he had, or was it just a discussion about COVID?
His claim was that the COVID vaccine is essential for dealing with this pandemic, and why, and he himself caught COVID
Mm-hmm.
from patients.
Yeah.
And
Before the vaccine had come out.
It was before the vaccine, and he had to deal with a bunch of stuff, and he shared about that, and he shared about his lots of good stuff. So I'm very focused on the medical hesitancy right now, and so that was a just delightful add-in.
Oh, cool.
Fantastic. You know,
Add some context to that last review video that came out.
Yeah. That review video was going to have two different things.
Mm-hmm.
You were probably around for that.
At Echo Park.
Yeah.
That first guy.
And you were probably around for the guy who talked and had 35 claims.
Yeah.
There was the first conversation that Reed had with anybody that day was somebody who was very positive on the COVID.
Okay.
We didn't get to the reviewing of that one because that one's not going to get pulled off YouTube. Neither one was my conversation with the cardiologist. It was fantastic. YouTube would love it.
Yeah. Well, I hope that we get to see this in an organic setting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it matters. We'll see if that helps.
I noticed there's also kind of this sliding.
Yep.
I'm not sure what this is about.
Okay, so the first thing is you take these off. Then you adjust these to deal with whatever biases are in there. So wear that off. They're also available on the other side.
Yeah.
And
so
then
it's
on
just
these, you make them weigh the same. And in this case, I put tape on each one of them, and this one has 2 layers of tape. And that's the difference to make them balance.
Oh, I see. Also took a lot of calibrating to get it just so.
Yeah, I had to calibrate it to get it to balance out. Otherwise, it was about 1 block's weight off.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just.
That's enough to mess up the metaphor.
Yeah, well, that's a even better metaphor for how we weigh things in our mind.
Oh yeah.
Because we have hidden weights in there that we're not even aware of.
Full thumb on the scale.
Exactly.
Yep.
I finally came out here yesterday and did one of the trails.
Oh, nice.
Because people seem to enjoy it.
I haven't experienced it.
So.
I'll work it out.
If I had come an hour earlier, it would have been twice as good, I think.
Okay. Why is that?
Because it's hot.
Okay.
It's not a super shady trail, and it's a lot of just you're on the mountain in the sun, walking through the dirt trail. But it was very cool. Lots of cool dogs. There's more information behind the cameras for people approaching. That's right. I'm going to send a link to this to my friend.
And you saw the meetup was happening because of, I assume, the meetup group. Did you get an email or just?
You mentioned last week that it was going to be here again. So I don't think that I RSVP'd to this one. How are you doing, Reed?
Doing well. I'm excited to try the weighing thing, but
yeah,
probably overkill. But I like props.
Maybe. I think if there was somebody who just had difficulty conceiving of maybe it is about the weight of each reason. Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
I think we mostly like to pretend that that's how we work.
Mm-hmm.
And then very often when we analyze it, we find that we've got a thumb on scale somewhere.
Mm-hmm. right now.
Very hot today.
Yeah. This shade is essential. Hey Jacob, Joe here. I remember you, Joe. How you doing? The Bloody Nine.
Is he there in the StreamYard? You can add him to the stream if you want. You can chat with him.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. I'm not sure how though.
Picture.
Like that.
There he is. There's Joe.
Oh, I see. He's already in there. I think this might be the same guy. I'm still putting the pieces together, but the Bloody Nine says, "Hey Jacob, Joe here."
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there
Okay. Oh, but I probably need these to hear him, right?
Yeah, so put it on big and then small on the right. Add him.
Okay. Now we got Joe. How's
Hi,
it going,
Jacob.
man? Good. Long time no hear.
Yeah.
And
that's
first
what's in
time see.
Yeah. Yeah, I had. Oh, yeah. I guess you didn't have the iPad in front of you that week. But
How's everything over there?
yeah, good. It's a beautiful day up here in BC, so I'm gonna. I was out in the morning, and I'll go again out and enjoy the sunshine after this. But
Yeah.
yeah, how's things going on that side?
Also very sunny, which I don't mind. I was actually flying in a plane this morning, a small like Cessna.
Oh yeah.
Which was very cool.
As the pilot or passenger?
As the passenger, my girlfriend is the pilot.
Oh, that's awesome.
And Jesus is my co-pilot.
Still, I thought we.
No, he's not my co-pilot.
Yeah.
I guess I kicked him out of the plane.
How long has your girlfriend been flying for?
She got her private pilot's license 3 years ago, I think.
Awesome.
And took a hiatus during the pandemic.
Yep.
Today was her first time flying without her instructor after the pandemic, so it was pretty exciting.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So she got her like car. Yeah. So she had to get recertified to fly solo again.
I think that her school kind of recommended that she do a few just like review lessons to make sure that the muscle memory was all there and everything.
That's good. Yeah, that's actually one of my aspirations to get my PPL here. But where I would do it is they've closed their ground school since the beginning of COVID. So they're going to reopen, but if I were to book now, I wouldn't even be able to do it till late next summer. So I might have to travel further to do it. Yeah, there's a fairly large backlog. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah, everybody's figuring out that it's a good time to be a pilot when all the apocalypse starts happening, maybe.
Yeah, you want to get a bush plane though, so you can sort of land anywhere as you fly off into the.
Yeah, every good like Armageddon movie has some Cessna scene in it. Or whatever.
It's true.
Well, I hope that you do that though. That would be very exciting.
Yeah. I've been interested in aviation for a very long time. I don't know why I never got around to doing it because it's not exactly an extraordinary amount of money you need to do your PPL. So yeah, I should get it together for sure.
Mark. Mark.
Are you going to interview some ILs today, you think, if one comes along?
I'd like to, yeah. I just got here a few minutes ago, so I missed the earlier interviews.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd be cool to have a conversation. I have a friend who I've been trying to like get into shoot epistemology, and whenever I do an interview, he watches it, so I know that he'll be like interested.
Yeah. I've been spreading the good word myself since discovering it recently. I think
Yeah.
it's got so much.
How do you introduce SC to people? What do you even say?
Sort of I mean, I haven't really been too broad with the people I've been speaking to it about, but with my sort of more intellectual friends that I might have more intellectual conversations with, I just bring it up that I discovered this. I refer usually to the videos of Anthony and Reed, but discovered this method for having a conversation that is non-confrontational, that uses the Socratic method. It's more about asking questions about the person's belief as opposed to offering counterpoints, and just how productive it can be to remove that adversarial nature of a conversation. You can really get to some useful elements of a conversation instead of just a confrontation. So I've already found it useful in my life on two occasions. So yeah, it's huge utility.
Yeah, I feel like that's a great elevator pitch for it. You pretty much summed it up right there, I think, really well.
Well, it is interesting because when I'm excited about something, I get so animated about it. So it's hard to like not have this like, oh, I found religion. You know, I don't want to
exactly.
It's like it's a product I'm trying to sell someone. I'm just trying to sell it as a way to have better conversations. And I think where SE has a lot going for it is there is inherently no agenda to it, in the sense that you're not trying to convince of a position at all. It holds no position. It just explores them. So I think so far everyone I've spoken to about it has been really interested and receptive. And I think that's why, because, you know, you don't have to be an atheist or a skeptic or anything really to perform SE and get utility out of having better conversations with it. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's like, because the technique itself doesn't have any, like it's not, the starting point is not some position on any issue.
Exactly, yeah.
And as a result, anybody can really use it, regardless of where your position is.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of trying to remove that position from the discussion.
Absolutely. So
We'd like to do an interview today. We're free and open.
Man, normally I'm down to do all kinds of stuff like this, but I gotta get going today.
No worries.
That's all right. Have a good one.
Sometime.
Yeah, I mean, you know, SE itself is a tool, right? So the person using the tool obviously will have positions on the topics being discussed, but if they are using the tool correctly, then their position on whatever their claim is won't come through. So yeah, anyone can use it. So but yeah, I have a past of sort of being very pig-headed and opinionated, and even when I don't intend for confrontation, I usually go into a conversation with someone I disagree with, wanting to have my mind changed. But in seeking that and offering counterpoints, it becomes really adversarial, right? And so I can be perceived as a confrontational person, but SE's perfect way of removing that, you know. So
yeah. One day this is going to be taught in schools.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be nice to have the critical thinking class? You know.
Yeah. That'd be a good start, at least.
Yeah.
I also have a hard time removing my judgments about the person and my perspective on the issue, and especially because there's like this loud voice in me that's like, oh God, it would be so helpful for this person if they change their mind. Either like it would be better for their health, teaching them that vaccines are effective, or maybe better for their well-being. And so you have this like, you know, this very rational voice telling you, oh, there's so much good you could do for this person by steering them in the correct path, but you have to ignore that voice.
Yeah, and that's...
Hello.
That's what was sort of exciting to me about the prospect of it, is that I had that knee-jerk reaction to hearing somebody was religious or to hearing someone was anti-vax, of just the sort of, you know, the sigh and the slumping of the shoulders, but because I just didn't want to have that combative conversation. But with SE, it's awesome because I don't want to judge people in that way either, right? I don't want to make an instantaneous value judgment based on a position they hold. So SE really helps to break even that knee-jerk reaction down, but then also make a worthy conversation possible. So I think it's definitely helping to improve me even just in this short time that I've known about it.
My girlfriend thinks it's cool I have this hobby, but she doesn't like it when I use it on her. We'll
Well,
be
I had.
talking about,
Go
you
ahead,
know,
sorry.
one of any topic, and then I'll start asking some questions instead of taking my usual tone with her, and then she'll say, "Jake, stop using straight epistemology on me, okay? We're just having a conversation."
Well, see, I had an interesting conversation about this. I was the IRL for some SE on where I find it just uncomfortable to use any conversational technique on someone close to me. On say, I would use my mother as an example, or a partner. You know, instead of just saying what I would organically say, to stop and then employ a technique somehow feels there's an ick factor there, and it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how if you have any intuition like that, or
So the ick factor, you mean, is kind of like the switching gears from your own natural talking pattern, switching into this more directed, kind of intentional.
yeah. So I imagine sitting there, I'm conversing with this person I care about, and then my response to their comment comes through. And instead of going through with that, there's a mental check, and then I go down the other road of this technique. And something about that seems to have this discomfort factor when I'm talking. Like, I fully see the utility of SE, and I would happily conduct SE in the way you are there. But then on a really personal level with someone close to me, there seems to be a difference there in my mind, and it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe my girlfriend is picking up on that ick factor on the receiving end.
But then the other interesting thing is, well, after a while, it will become your natural response, right? It will no longer be that aversion. So, and then so I think there's something interesting there, but I don't fully understand it yet. I've been thinking about it.
I think part of it is when you're having a conversation with somebody who's a personal friend that you already know, they're expecting you, and they might not ever think it, but they're expecting you to react naturally to things that they say, and to sort of show your true feelings and say the things that you're thinking. And a lot of street epistemology is removing the things that you're feeling and not saying the things that you're thinking in favor of something that's simply more effective.
Yeah.
And when you're having a personal conversation about something important, maybe street epistemology isn't the most genuine way to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, it's interesting. And the funny thing is, I mean, you necessarily are developing techniques, and you are choosing one thing over another, even if you've never thought about conversational techniques, because if your desire is to have good conversation and be sociable with people, then you're naturally doing a trial and error process every time you have a conversation with somebody, right? So it's even interesting. There's a division between that. What's that, sorry?
Oh, sorry to cut you off, Joe. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't forgetting about the chat here as well. Is SE useful for generic problem solving? That's a good question.
One day off, Wednesday.
Hi. Doing some interviews today.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Yeah, I think that SE is useful for generic problem solving. I think that it's about like we've been talking about, ignoring that emotional response that you have and not reaching for rationalizations for the feelings that you already have, but getting a little balance like we have on the table right now. Hey there. Do you have 5 minutes for an interview? And how does Anthony do it?
I don't know.
Maybe we're seeing more of his successes than his failures.
Yeah.
I think Anthony wins with the curiosity factor of a guy just standing with a GoPro on his chest in in an unusual spot. You know, so many of his conversations start with, "What are you doing?" or "Do you work for the park?" or you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he kind of has that, just the face of somebody you might feel comfortable having the conversation with too. He's on his feet, so it's kind of like, oh, you're out here doing something, huh?
Yeah, a bit less formal, you know, a bit less obvious. You know, you've got with the microphones and the cameras set up. Yeah, it's a little more intimidating than just a one-on-one conversation with a person, perhaps.
Prime says, I work as a developer. We have rubber duck debugging. You talk through some difficult programming problem you want to resolve with someone. The act of talking through helps resolve it. So like a mock debugging session, just talking through it. Often when another dev has some issue, the problem can be solved by getting on a hangout and listening and letting them talk through it themselves. Yeah, that sounds familiar. That sounds like SE.
Yeah.
I heard one interlocutor from somebody's video say that they felt like they, and maybe other people too, would have a much different stance on any issue if they actually had 5 minutes to talk about it with somebody else and realize that their reasons are not what they thought they were or as strong as they thought that they were. You don't even have to come up with a solution. The act of talking helps them resolve it themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
it
SE
really
helps.
stops short of trying to get to the truth of a thing. So, in that regard, strict SE is not great at solving the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But it gets them to the first step of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think part of it is when, like with this analogy of debugging, if you want to explain to somebody like what's frustrating you about this problem, you have to be able to explain it really well. So if you just say, yeah, I don't know anything about programming, so I'm going to like look like a noob here, you know. My back end, I know that's a word that they use, isn't doing what I want it to. And then the person you're talking to is like, oh, but why is it doing that? And now they have to think, okay, what is the problem that's causing, what is the more root problem here? And then that kind of thinking is what engages their problem solving. That sounds like me when I'm talking to a psychologist. Interestingly, like there's some parallels there. I think I cut you off earlier, Joe.
Oh, no, I was just going to say more or less what Dali was saying, that I don't think you would use SE so much for problem solving, only that it helps with you understanding your reasoning for things and improves the quality of your reasoning. So in general, then, when your mind moves into problem solving, you may be better equipped to be more analytical about your reasoning and come to solutions that way, It's like improving your information processing, basically. And so, yeah, it does help in a somewhat indirect way with problem solving, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first time I did an SC thing with Reed, I was the interlocutor, and he used this website that you can sort of map out somebody's beliefs. I feel bad I'm forgetting right now. Do you know what I'm talking about, Dali?
I don't remember the name of the website.
Yeah.
He's shown it to me before.
Okay. And he was sharing a screen, and I could see what he was typing, and you can organize it into the pro belief, or like the pro reasons and the con, and then the arguments for each of those reasons, and then you get to see this really pretty sort of like tree hierarchical organization showing you all of the reasons that you've given him in that 1 hour of talking. And then looking at that, you're like, oh, I guess I don't have a lot of good reasons for this, or I don't have a lot of good reasons against it. It's just seeing it organized that way.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey there, you got 5 minutes for an interview?
I'm okay for right now.
Okay.
I'm running a little late. Yeah.
That's all right. Have a good one.
Just out of curiosity, Jacob, did you watch the interviews that you conducted in a sort of a review sense to see how you did and how you might like to improve, or did you have any self-feedback?
Definitely.
Is there anything you wanted to
change?
I think
that, there's definitely stuff that I would have changed. I felt that in the beginning of my discussions, I didn't do a good job of helping them understand the reason we're sitting here is to talk about one claim that you have. And after seeing that I wasn't really like accomplishing that, because there's sort of like more rambly beginnings to the discussion before we actually got to the SE. And then watching other videos, I noticed that people who do this a lot, right up front they say, what the purpose is. Like, so we wanted to talk about a belief that you have, something that you act on. I think that's Anthony uses those phrasings a lot, that you act out on. And it kind of gets people into the space of, oh, okay, so they want me to think of something that I can maybe defend or provide a rationale for.
Yeah. Yeah, being...
Hello. Got 5 minutes for an interview? That's all right, I'll go on.
Yeah, so setting the goal of the conversation sooner, more clearly at the beginning. Yeah, right.
And then you notice all the times that you say and like, and notice every time I touch my face, and I think, oh God, I have such bad posture. I probably have bad posture right now too. But I'll never change my posture. I'm 100% sure on that claim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that how the vocal tics, or whatever you want to call them, they are just a part of being human, though. Everybody does them. And all these podcasts you hear where these conversations are perfect, and it feels as if nobody's saying or like. They've done an editing sweep through it, right? It's not that there are these perfect... I mean, when people are on script, they can avoid it more, but in an organic conversation, I don't think there are many humans that can avoid it entirely.
What's up, guys? Anybody got 5 minutes for an interview?
I was just there. I can't.
That's okay.
But do you want to talk about
any topic you like?
All right, cool. Do you have people come by?
No.
But I have your card. I'm not looking for things.
Which was the talk that she had? She was here before, she said? She was with the cardiologist party. Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't compare our everyday to the stuff of professionals who've been edited and things like that. That's not fair.
Yeah. There was some kind of speech pathologist on a podcast I listened to previously, and she talked about how we can get entire words or blocks of words entirely wrong. But because we're so deep in the thought of the rest of the sentence and the point we're trying to get across, our brain fully does not even register that we've replaced the words incorrectly. Because even on the day that you were there, I said something about diabetics injecting saline, right? And I didn't even hear myself say that, right? So, yeah. But in the flow of the conversation, I totally ignored it. So yeah, you shouldn't be too critical on yourself about things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, saline is a really close word to insulin too. It's kind of like insaline.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but I mean, if that's really all you could come up with,
Hello.
I thought you did a great job.
You got 5 minutes for an interview?
Fortunately, I don't.
That's all right. Have a good one.
If that's the only criticisms you can come up with, that's pretty good. Because those were your first interviews. I thought you did an awesome job. But yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sure that there's stuff that I don't even know I was doing wrong. That's why it looks optimistic. So I have this friend that I'm introducing to SE, and I know he's made it through at least 10 videos because he's sent me some really good ones. And so he must be watching a lot if he's sending me some good ones. And he asked me out of the blue where I would put my confidence on a scale that there's like intelligent aliens, civilizations out there. And I'm like, cool, like he's already using SE.
Yeah.
You watch a few videos and you realize that, oh, I can just ask somebody. Hello.
We're live streaming.
Hey, puppy.
On any topic you want.
We're good, but thanks.
Okay, have a good hike.
Yeah, it doesn't take long at all to integrate that into your interactions.
Oh, yeah.
I'd known about it
there's
for
a lot
about
of just
week.
like. Mm-hmm.
And a conversation came up where a friend was 100% certain that COVID was that SARS-CoV-2 was a man-made virus, right? So, and yeah, I went straight into SE instead of combating him about it. It was really useful.
If anybody else wants to come on, feel free to click on the link and just add them if they want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of just one. You don't even have to be doing SE. There's just so many good one-off questions that I hear SEers do a lot, like the confidence scale, or can you give me your best evidence? I hear that one a lot. How's it going?
Hey.
You got 5 minutes before your hike for a quick interview?
No, I'm sorry, brother.
That's all right.
Hey, let's go.
It's the beef jerky.
Yeah. Get off.
His dog is sniffing on Dali's jerky right now.
Hey, come on.
But Dad, it's beef jerky.
Sloppy. Hey.
Oh boy. I recently bought some crystals for a friend. Like woo-woo crystals, They're not geology nerds or anything. But they're moving into a new house, and I'm making one of those cloud lamps that you turn the light on and it looks like a cloud thundering and stuff. And Sasha, my girlfriend, had this idea of dangling little stones from some fishing wire to look like rain coming from the clouds. So, what's up? You guys got 5 minutes to talk about your beliefs?
No thanks.
Okay. It is cool. Come back sometime. Yeah, but I can't help but feel like I'm behind enemy lines when I go into those crystal stores.
So you're doing this for aesthetics, not for your friends' belief in them or something, or?
So my friends do have these beliefs, and I think that they probably have the same perspective on it that I do, maybe with some like nuanced differences, in that there might not be something, you know, like metaphysical happening with these crystals. What's up, guys? You got 5 minutes for an interview? But there might be something psychologically to endowing a physical object with your intentions, wearing it or keeping it in a visible place, and being reminded of your goals and ambitions, and reassured about, you know, remembering positive feelings instead of negative ones.
Right, it's a mental anchor. I mean, some people could have a whiteboard with a checklist on it or something like that, but it's something that you...
A badge, varsity team jacket.
Mm-hmm. The board. I think that the aesthetic of crystals matches really nicely with what my friends are looking for. They're moving into a new house, which is like a housewarming gift. And each crystal comes with a little card talking about what they kind of specialize in. Each crystal has their own function. So we got them things for creativity and open-mindedness, expression. Got them things for love and their relationship. And you know, they're going to be hanging from a cloud and looking really cool. So if the aesthetic is the, you know, like the metaphysical function is just this aesthetic, then it should serve that pretty nicely, I think. I think I was cutting you off before again, Joe.
Oh, no. I was just saying it can act as a mental anchor. It can be anything for people, like often list writing or whatever, but it's something physical in the world that when you see it or are around it, it can prompt that way of thinking that you want. So you don't have to believe, as you said, you don't have to believe that the object itself has any power, but it can direct thought in the way you want it to just by being around it. So yeah, I think I understand. That's what you're saying.
I wore a stone for like a month that my mom gave me, and I think one of the reasons that they can be effective is because a lot of them are kind of big and cumbersome, and this one was supposed to be worn as a necklace, and it was like, I don't know, easily the size of like, you know what a Nutter Butter is? Those little, they're like the size of 2 Ritz crackers. Right, it was pretty big, and it was a stone, so it was heavy. And it was like, man, I have to wear this thing under my clothes. It's like running against my skin, and it would irritate me all the time. But it's pretty hard to forget about something irritating that's hanging from your neck. Okay, I wonder by what method they came up with characteristics of each kind of stone or crystal. Yep, that is a really good question. I feel like looking at them, there's some association between how they actually look and what function they're supposed to serve. Like the love one that I mentioned, like the romantic love, is rose quartz, so it's this clear pinkish crystal. And at least in like Western culture, we have this association of hearts or Cupid being pink. What's up, guys? You got 5 minutes for the interview? Talk about anything you want. Take a water. Want to sit down?
What are y'all doing here?
This is called Street Epistemology. And basically we have short 5-minute cordial discussions about something that you believe is true. We've got a few suggestions on the board there for sort of relevant topics. People talk about karma, they talk about God, guardian angels.
I'd be done.
All right, sit down. Go ahead.
My shirt on first.
Okay. Yeah, we are live streaming and recording, by the way. This Kambaba Jasper is great for creativity. Really? How did you figure that out? Yeah, hard to say. I mean, how did they figure out which zodiac signs match which personalities?
Take notes here.
Oh.
Not there. There.
Thank you.
And whatever notes.
I'm Alex, by the way.
Hey, Alex, I'm Jacob.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Sit in the shade for a while. How's your hike?
Oh, it was fantastic.
Which way did you go?
The W route. This is my first week moving here from Virginia, so it's a nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get
Finding your good hiking spots.
My daily cardio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came here yesterday for the first time as a hike, actually. But I don't think I know which route is the W. Is that like?
W. It's just it's like up there, and then there's an off turn off the main road, and
Okay.
it's nice. It's still like not too challenging, but enough you feel like proud of yourself.
All right. Well, I'm proud of you too, Alex. Way to go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What brings you to LA from Virginia?
I went to school for finance, and I was doing well. I had a job lined up, and I just wasn't super satisfied with it, kind of self-fulfillment wise, and I figured it's never going to be easier to switch than it is when you're still in your 20s, and I got into a pre-med program here, and
Wow.
I'm trying to switch and go to med school, so.
So this is a big switch.
Yeah. I just, life's too short to not do things that excite you when you wake up, and I got
Wow,
off
man.
track for a bit, and I'm excited to be back.
Okay. Very like carpe diem.
Yeah, you gotta see. There's something I love that I've noticed about LA so far is that it's just when you're in a smaller town, there's less resources. You get kind of stuck into a routine. And here, even if like I had a free hour and 45 between.
Oh, you can put those headphones on, by the way, if you'd like to.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I had a free hour and 45 before I met with a friend, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity on this beautiful day and go on a hike.
Yeah.
And that's not something that less spread out places can do, or more spread out places can do.
Yeah, everything in LA is very kind of all glued on top of each other or beside each other. So there's like, you can do a hike here, and then the Hollywood Walk of Fame is like 5 minutes that way.
Yeah, it was between here and New York City for me that I was deciding, and just the emphasis on nature and kind of outdoor living is what I think definitely steered it for me. Is because New York, you have those kind of resources readily available. You have the same kind of emphasis on culture, but the kind of connection to the outdoors and the ability to kind of get out and decompress is definitely a lot more readily available. And especially just coming off of the wake of the whole, as we're entering post-COVID, just kind of getting back in touch with some of the kind of, I guess, things that we see now that are luxuries that we took for granted beforehand.
Totally.
Is something
Coming out here and doing a hike and meeting people.
Yeah.
Did you see those birds that just flew by?
I did. They zoomed right past.
Yeah. I don't know if like the frame rate of the camera even would have caught those.
Yeah. You guys have a really nice setup coming up.
Yeah, cool. This is congrats to Reed setting this up here for us today.
Yeah.
So you found street epistemology. This is a growing hobby that talks about people's beliefs. It's sort of a method for discussion. My role is sort of to be a mirror and let you know what I'm hearing, and the topic of discussion is up to you. We emphasize people's beliefs. Sort of metaphysical stuff works best, like you might believe in God or karma. A lot of people talk about COVID vaccines because it's sort of the topic of the hour. And you might have beliefs about guardian angels or aliens living in faraway planets that we don't know about, but you know that they're there. Anything come to mind?
A topic that I like to discuss, that I've discussed a lot recently, and I feel is relevant in kind of the current political context, is just the importance of just making an active effort to understand people with other opinions, because something that I'm noticing is that a lot of people right now make arguments kind of with an idea going into it that there's a binary answer where there's either right or wrong. And something that I feel is very important to just enter any argument is if there was a clear-cut right or wrong answer, there wouldn't really be an argument. The reason why I think a lot of the topics that we're talking about now that are so hard, like the whole COVID vaccine, the mask deal, a lot of the current executive political issues over the last couple years is you have people that grew up in different ways, so they grew up with different belief systems, and then when they approach topics like this, they're approaching it from different angles. Just any hot button issue, you can, if you just kind of work back and distill and not say, oh, this person thinks this way, but why are they thinking that way? You can kind of have a much more productive conversation. Because I don't want to take this too politically, but I'm very pro. What's a good one? I'm very pro. I'm pro guns rights. I very much support the Second Amendment. But I've had a lot of really good conversations with people that are anti-gun and are pro kind of bolstering laws and restrictions on them, because I looked at it and said, for me, if I was in a dangerous situation and I felt like me and my family was in danger, my reaction would be, I would want something to defend myself. But there's other people that, and I personally think that there's no way that we can kind of, the word that I would use in a more aggressive context would be child-proof the world to the point that there would be no dangers. But if you were to talk to someone that either one thought that it was possible that we could eliminate those dangers, or wasn't comfortable using those resources for themselves, it would obviously make sense for those restrictions to come place. So you can look and see, neither I'm not right and they're not right, I'm not wrong, they're not wrong. It's just two different point of views and two different personalities leading to two different outcomes. And neither of us changed our opinions, neither of us changed what we believed about, but we at least gained a greater understanding of what the other person's side was.
Yeah.
And I just like kind of conversations like that, which you just really don't hear in any major outlet, and it's very hard because media pushes to much more of a binary analysis of things, because it people like affirmation, but it's just those conversations I think are really necessary to progressing forward.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that there's kind of this problem in the world right now where maybe it's due to the media, or maybe it's the direction we're going in general. People are trying to distill these complicated issues into a binary. And, it gets more clicks on Twitter, it gets more views on the news. But what people are not doing is trying to listen and understand the other person's belief. And it seems like your kind of diagnosis for at least part of the problem is we don't realize we're coming from different worlds when we have these discussions. So my experience with guns, or, like feminism, or a belief in karma, is totally different from the person sitting across from me, their experience. And our experiences form our worldview, and we use that worldview as a lens to see issues like gun control. And we end up just talking past each other and not acknowledging that we come from valid but different perspectives.
Yeah, precisely. And that's why I'm a huge believer that just platforms such as this, where it doesn't even have to be hours, but just more than a thumbnail or a soundbite, is incredibly valuable, because you can see a whole point of view. And I'm sure just your audience, by the fact that you tune in or take your time to listen to platforms like this, means that you do have kind of the frame of mind to be able to understand, or the want to understand trains of thought like that, which is incredibly important. And everyone listening to this platform should congratulate themselves on just kind of making an active effort to kind of have a higher level of thought, because that's really our way forward in any topic, because we're living in a time where problems are much more complex than most generations say, oh, we have the hardest of any generation, but I think there really are some issues that we're handling today that no other generation has had to deal with things of this kind. So
okay, great. I feel like we just laid down a solid foundation of where you're at and your reasons for thinking this.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, totally. if you have a couple more minutes, sort of the meat of street epistemology is the part where I ask you, besides just like reflecting what you're telling me, I sort of gently challenge your beliefs and try to gauge your confidence and see if your reasons match the confidence that you have.
Go for it.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would distill this claim to something like, the world would be better off if we listened and understood each other's differing worldviews instead of clashing in some like binary argument for clicks.
Absolutely.
You've got a low confidence scale in the whiteboard right there, and we could say far left would be 0% and then 50 and 100. Could you put your confidence that this is something that the world needs and lacks on a scale from 1 to 100? Okay. Is that a 75?
That is.
Okay. Where does that 25% come from, if I can ask?
It, I feel, is one of those things that are incredibly idealistic. The world isn't. I don't think the world can necessarily support all of what we're talking about, because to be able to connect on a human level and have these kinds of conversations, it takes time that isn't necessarily practical with all topics, and it can absolutely do some good, but it just realistically will never happen to everything. So I guess it's one of those things where if you strive for perfection on it, that realistically is never going to happen. We're always going to have disagreements, and we are in our current system. There's a lot of bureaucracy that just can't be avoided, but it's definitely something that should be strived for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the 25% is not so much like this isn't what we need, but it might be, something we'll never get because we'll never deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did
that's
this to
rough, and
ourselves.
that's probably true, man. Like, there's a reason that, platforms like Twitter get so big, because they sort of allow people to turn everything into that binary and get those clicks. Well, thank you for taking time from rebuilding your life to sit down and talk about something in a more long form.
Absolutely. If you guys have a URL or a handle or something, you definitely just gained a viewer. So
Okay, is there a card on this little thing right there?
Absolutely.
Might have some links. So we're streaming right now, but the good stuff gets uploaded to Reed's YouTube channel called Cordial Curiosity. And he uploads pretty regularly. He's got a very devoted following. And there's a lot of other YouTubers who do similar types of discussions, and there's a lot of good stuff out there already to get caught up on if you want to.
Awesome. Wow.
And you've earned a little gear plushie thing. You can grab one of those right there, whichever you like.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank
Since
you.
you're in the area, you might see us around here again. You can follow, our platforms to find out when we're going to be here. And ideally, you could come back after taking some time to sort of marinate in the discussion and earn another gear to get your gears turning.
Absolutely. Have a beautiful day.
Thanks, Alex.
Take care.
Oh, it's weird taking these off, isn't it?
It is. I had the one on.
Okay. I'll shake your hand, too. Thanks, man. Good luck with everything.
I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, Alex. Nice.
Wow, cool guy.
Wow, very nice. Is the stream still working? Looks like it.
This green one is for creativity. If you're allowed to get Are you manifesting P95 through this?
Maybe. Possible.
I mean, we're talking about it, so you're closer to the world than you are.
Okay.
There's people out there.
Yeah.
Got a little over half an hour more. Hopefully we'll chat with some more people.
Maybe we'll get some more.
Hi there. You got 5 minutes before your hike for a little interview? No.
All right.
Okay, have a good one.
Maybe after. Table 360, Mark.
Cart wide, Mark. Super wide, Mark.
So does that make it like easier when you're editing to sync the video and audio? Is that what that's?
Yeah.
Especially if there's any dropouts on the right, even a few frames. Now something's off.
Oh, but they can like with the connection.
Well, yeah, I mean we're recording locally, and there may be a dropout on the SD card or something.
Oh, I see.
A little skip or a little something, and hard to say what. If everything's working perfectly, you should only require once, and it would stay locked the whole time. Hard to say.
Yeah, the GoPros record every like 8 to 10 minutes, depending on the resolution and frame rate. So sometimes when they skip to the next video, we lose a frame or two, so it's not reliable.
Adds up.
Yeah.
Sakatumi wants to know about your road trip.
Oh yeah, I am going to be going on the road starting mid-September all the way to mid-November. Just going to be heading east, going through Phoenix and Texas and South Carolina, North Carolina, up to New York, west to Chicago, west to Denver, then to Salt Lake City, north through Yellowstone, then west to Seattle, and then south back to LA. That's the plan. Then all in there, I'm just going to be doing SE wherever I think looks interesting and doing other activities, but I'll bring my stuff. You know, I'll do live streams every few days whenever I end up.
Yeah.
So be on the lookout for that. Salt Lake City, yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, I can recommend a few spots. Like Temple Square comes to mind.
That would be great.
I think didn't Anthony talk about going there? Maybe that was like canceled.
There was a convention that got canceled.
Right.
Yeah. Last year.
It seems doing it right there in Temple Square. If there's any reason they could think of to throw you out, they would. I think.
Yeah. I think that they have very like well-defined boundaries there because it's very regular to have protesters during the general conference.
Oh.
Twice a year they have the big conference. So they tell the protesters where to stand.
Hell yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
You got 5 minutes before your hike for a quick interview?
back.
Okay.
All right. That's a good quick, I guess.
Yeah, we'll probably be gone. We're packing up. I will be stopping in DC, yeah.
You got 5 minutes before your hike for a quick interview?
Yep.
I think they hid behind it. How about AD? Where's AD? What state is that?
Yeah.
I think Bloody Nine would say, "Come to BC." That I know where that is, but ain't even know where that is.
South Africa. I was walking around where the city was. He was walking out of the movie theater.
Ah, okay.
And I realized, like, as a celebrity during COVID, it must be really convenient.
Ah, yes.
It's a little bit easier to be stuck.
Yeah. Stealth. Oh, welcome to Big Trip.
Alright, I'll have one piece. Only because you're really talking.
Okay.
How's it going?
All right. Doing some interviews today. If you're interested.
On any topic you choose.
Look behind you, Reed.
Oh yeah. I follow him on Instagram. Or that I follow the lizard. Whatever that is.
Afternoon.
All right.
You got a couple minutes before your hike for a quick interview?
You guys don't have anything else?
Not right now.
Oh yeah, no, we're all free right now.
You should interview him.
Okay. I was gonna ask
You
if
can
want me to-
translate.
I was gonna ask if you want me to hold him while you do the interview, but it might be easier to interview him.
You're. Wow.
He's stomping ground right here.
Very pretty.
Kevin, by the way.
Look at it.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And Reed.
You want to have a seat right there?
Yeah. It's actually pretty good.
Awesome.
I'm gonna knock this down.
Well,
knock this down.
What's his name?
His name is Malinky.
Malinky.
Yeah, he's the Runyon Dragon.
Yeah.
Been like a mascot here for like the past 4 years.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a grounding animal.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to chat about something for a few minutes? We have this hobby where we talk about whatever people want to talk about using this way of having conversations called street epistemology.
Okay.
So I'll let people come up, make a claim, something they think is the case or true or should be the case, something that should change, and I can help them think through it with questions, Socratic method style.
Okay.
And yeah.
I mean, I think I've made a huge shift in my life the last few years. I've had some really crazy things happen to me. Like I've lost my vision in both my eyes after an accident and being blind for a few months, not knowing I'm going to be able to see again, then recovering out of that. I can tell you that I'm at a point now where I think most people are attaching to changes that need to happen externally and around them, or at least things that they can process. That's not them. I think we probably need to go a little more internal. Maybe everybody just needs to go inside a little bit and, fix some things first here. And I think we'd have a different highway if that's the case. But it's easier to push on politics and other people, and then we just don't look at ourselves. I was forced to just go into this world where there is nothing else, possibly like ever, It's I wish I could tell you what it's like to think you're going to be blind for the rest of your life. It's not describable. It's not even something that you can, because I know that if I would have talked to myself 2 years ago, I wouldn't have understood it.
Yeah.
So internal. I think I'm more into this internal changes.
And you know, I think if we even did 10% internally, it would be much greater than what we're trying to do. I mean, clearly what we're doing on the outside is not working. So, right?
Yeah. So when you went blind, you felt you could just probably focus more on your inner self.
Yeah.
And what are some examples of things you worked on that helped you get better?
What I want to feel when I'm existing. What do I want to feel when I meet a person? What is it I want to? What do I want them to see or feel? You know, what do I have of everything I've done in my life? And then I meet this person, for example. And I meet a lot of people, especially with this guy.
Yeah.
I think to myself, what's the culmination of everything I've done? What am I going to give them right now? A funny joke, a comment about Donald Trump, or something that just, I don't know, lets them look inside a little bit more, you know? And so a lot of it's, I feel like it's choice. Happiness is a choice, you know? Everyone's trying to find happiness by doing things and going places and making all this money, you know? I've gone on tour, I've made money, I've done all this stuff, you know, and it's like, it's not that, you know? This is it. Choosing what I want to feel every day, waking up and saying, I'm gonna feel good today. I want to be positive to somebody today. I want to say something nice to someone today. You know? I'm gonna say yes to things. You guys asked me to do an interview. Yes, you know?
Nice.
Say yes to things.
Yeah.
You know?
Cool. Appreciate that. And so is this philosophy of saying yes to things and just, yeah, this process of choosing your own feelings, of choosing happiness. That's a thing. Is that something that people have to work on and develop? And did your blindness aid you in that ability to do that?
You know, I think it didn't aid me necessarily as much as it forced me to, but I guess that is aiding me, you know. But I do think that I can't go up there. It actually can be very simple. I mean, you can just wake up today and say, today is just going to be a day that I choose to think of what's great about my life, right? So it's like, I guess the way to look at it is like, I can get a camera here, right? So you walk in a room, you got a camera. What are you going to film? You could film the birds, you could film a couple kissing, or you could film dog poop, right? You only have like so much film. And I think that every day you have so much film, and that goes into your memory bank. Every day goes into your memory bank. What do you want to film today? What do you want your day to be? You know, it can be a happy day. Yeah, there's a lot of crappy things, sure. You know, there's a lot of things to complain about, but I think it's choice. And I think, actually, I don't even think it's a long process. I think it's just deciding today, hey, you know what? I'm going to be happy today, and then that can lead to something, you know, better the next day. I really do think that this is the thing that people need to do.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is you can choose to focus on certain things, and those certain things can create certain feelings in yourself and allow you to feel certain things. And yeah, it depends on what you focus on.
And that leads to the next day.
Yeah.
You know, so if I can find a way to be happy with the idea that I may never see ever again, I mean, none of this other stuff really is not that big of a deal.
I bet. Yeah. Awesome. Cool, Kevin. I'll let you show that guy off. He's really cool. And
this is the little yellow dragon
on Instagram, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you so
What's
much.
your name again?
Reed.
Kevin.
Nice to meet you. Oh.
Can I put a picture on my Insta and tag you?
You want money or something? Or what?
Is that appropriate or?
Of course. It's just done with hundreds of people. Yeah.
Okay.
If I go like this, just gonna hold them up farther though, because we get a better shot. Okay.
Want me to take your photo?
Yes, please. There we go. Okay.
He likes to be on call people.
Yeah.
He likes to be really high up.
That's right.
See you guys around.
All right, later. Oh, you took a great picture.
Yeah, always seen that guy around. I follow him, the Instagram account.
I just followed him now.
pretty worthy mascot for Runyon Canyon.
Yeah.
Cool little dragon. Is that an iguana or is what do you say it is?
I don't know. Not sure.
You got 5 minutes for a quick interview?
I'm listening to a podcast right now.
That's all right.
Yeah, right on.
Cute dog.
You could tell when somebody was working.
Hello.
I'll try to find the link to the Instagram.
I've tried wearing headphones when I run.
I haven't gotten any of those yet. Probably going to end up with some AirPods or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm so particular about not having delay in my headphones because I like to sing with microphones. And Bluetooth for singing, no, can't do it. Just that delay is just no.
Those headphones earlier trying to talk into the microphone. It's like a 1 second delay.
Yeah,
You're like hearing your
really tough with the delay. So that's why I got to grab the wired ones for that purpose. Yeah.
There it is.
Technically, I'm up next, but I'd rather hand that to you.
Okay.
I get so much opportunity
Mm-hmm.
that I prefer that you get the extra opportunity.
That's fine. I'm really enjoying the opportunity. It's fun to finally be doing this.
Probably. And if you get started 5 minutes to 4, we'll just tough it out.
That's the bet.
Cool.
Moving across the country, quitting your job and starting medical school.
Yeah.
So that means that, I mean, he said it was pre-med, so he's getting a bachelor's.
Okay.
So he's deciding to have about 12 more years of school.
Uh-huh.
If I'm not like mistaken.
And maybe $500,000 in student loans?
Probably before the end of it, yeah.
Yeah, there's a big bet on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You might also be betting that student loans might change a lot while you're in the middle of it.
That would be great for somebody like me too.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm about $90,000 in debt right now.
Okay.
Federal. So if I woke up one day and wanted to fix my problem, although I'm not totally cut out for this, but it's my understanding he doesn't have the authority to unilaterally forgive a student debt.
Yep. I think it's popular. A lot of people are going to go, but it's not fair. I didn't get a chance to run up a student debt myself.
Table.
Why?
What's up, guys? You got 5 minutes for an interview?
I'm good.
Have a good hike. Good morning, or good afternoon. Take a water for your hike if you
I
want.
got some water, thanks.
Okay.
This is our first time here, so we're just trying to figure out the best way to go.
Yeah. How long do you want your hike to be?
An hour, hour and a half. What are our choices?
It's a loop.
Yeah?
This is paved and easy and less steep. This is dirt and steep.
So this is paved?
That's paved.
Oh. I thought that was the paved road.
Yeah, it turns into
Yeah, okay. So we want to do this way, and then we'll come back down the
I
paved.
usually go the hard way and then
Come down the easy way, yeah. Okay, very good, thanks.
Thank you.
So forgiving student loans.
Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah.
they overheard our conversation from over there.
Probably not. It's an interesting problem. If you're going to change the overall policy to, in the future, provide a lot more support for education past high school, then I would hope that I would hope the plan would be to retroactively flatten the field a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see it as a two-pronged thing, where you take some student loan relief and some extension of free education. I think it would be really nice if they extended something like to your college level kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
as open to adults in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm.
No more expensive than going to high school. And I think that would be a huge investment in our economy to allow people that level of schooling. And then the question of student loans for higher and higher education, maybe that would have to be a stepped thing. They'll give you this much support, this
Oh, I
much
see,
not,
yeah.
As opposed to
Just having like higher and higher caps for, like a 4-year bachelor's will give you this much, but if you're doing 8 years, you might get a little bit more. Is that what you're saying?
thinking more like it's free up to 2 years, and then we'll pay 75% up to 4 years, and we'll pay up to 50% to your
Gotcha.
master's and 25% to your PhD. Now, this is assuming that we didn't want to go like I'm thinking of, is it Czechoslovakia? There's a couple places in Europe where essentially as long as you stay in upper education, they will pay your education and provide a salary.
Mm-hmm.
Because they find higher education to be worthy of general social support. So I'm thinking of like Cam Spires is working on his second PhD. Like, okay, at what point does that become a diminishing return? I don't know.
There's no cap on it. It's not like we're gonna stop paying you after you've got your first PhD.
It seems that was the case, although it was a comment in passing, so I don't know very much detail about it.
Yeah.
I would think there's some limit where you're no longer benefiting.
Let's, for the sake of
society.
argument, say that were the case.
Mm-hmm.
That you could perpetually have a career as a student.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that would be providing a net good, or you mentioned diminishing returns?
It seems like that's not a net good. Now, maybe...
Apologize to anybody whose name is Annette Good.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Shout out to my friend John B. Good. Anyway. Yeah, I think there's a point where you don't have where a perpetual student. I mean, if you had a student who stayed in academia, went to teaching, oh, well, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect, right? I think we may. Do we have an interview?
Is the COVID vaccine worth taking?
So I'm going to jump up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, guys? Yeah, snag a seat.
Go ahead.
Have you guys done this trail before?
No.
That's okay.
We were trail virgins. We just finished.
All you want.
Oh, you just finished.
Just
okay.
finished.
Which way did you go?
We started here. We went this way, and West Trail, East Trail.
Okay. The west one has those really steep kind of stairs.
Yes, as we learned,
Mm-hmm.
there were some steep components to it.
Yeah.
Yes, but we made it. We didn't think we were
Congratulations.
going to, but we did.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd like to put on those headphones, it's sort of a
All
good way
right.
to zone in. You've stumbled upon something called street epistemology.
Okay.
It's a way of having conversations that's very cordial, as you can see by the sign. And the focus is on your belief or claim that you have about the world. Usually it's something more supernatural, like belief in God or karma. People talk about politics, guardian angels. And I'll just sort of respectfully ask you questions about
Sure.
your reasons for believing. And at the end, you get a free little plush gear down there, too.
Nice. All right. Happy to chat with you cordially today.
Cool.
A nice Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Jacob, by the way. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jacob. I'm Mark, and
Hey, Mark.
that's my buddy Rishi.
Hey, Rishi and Mark. Let me just pull up a new note on here so I can... Reed, would you help me make a new note on this?
There's the fan in the chair.
You can sit.
I don't want to
Okay.
make you nervous.
So, my name was Jacob again. Can you remind me of yours one more time?
Sure. It's Mark. M-A-R-C.
Thanks, Mark. Does anything come to mind when I talk about sort of belief claims, things that are on your mind?
You know, the only thing that sort of struck a nerve was, you said sometimes you talk politics.
Mm-hmm.
And, Rishi and I, we are from Canada. And certainly, we've been observing the American, I guess, political situation down here. And certainly in Canada, we have our own, similar political climate. Maybe it's not as politicized as it is here, but certainly it is big news in Canada.
Yeah, isn't there an election?
We have a federal election coming up in 3 or 4 weeks, 3 weeks.
Cool.
And I know everybody, including Rishi and I, have opinions about that, and certainly we're hoping for a little bit of change down or up there, sort of similar to what you had down here in the U.S. How much do you know about Justin Trudeau?
Probably only the biggest headlines that make it to the States.
Right. So what is? I'm curious about what the headlines in the U.S. say about Justin, because certainly he was, swept into power 6 years ago with a new agenda, new image, on the, with ideas for bold change, and certainly I think a number of Canadians might have been sort of let down by that, and now are looking for a sort of fresh face. That said, the U.S. got a fresh face too, and some good, some bad about there. I mean, certainly, Donald Trump might not have been everybody's first choice as president, but certainly seeing the contrast with Joe Biden might change people's perspective on what was good and what wasn't, because certainly they are different. But it is unfortunate, however, that I think everything in today's society, even everything from COVID vaccines to anti-vax, demonstrators to mask laws, everything has become politicized these days. And it seems like, you can't have an opinion one way or the other without getting into an argument. There's no
When
more.
you say that everything's become politicized, do you mean that it's become like an object of contention?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you said you're, anti-vaccine, well, very quickly people jump to a conclusion that you're a conservative or you're Republican, right? When you might just have an opinion that, you don't think the vaccine is right, or vice versa, right? And, I think in this age of social media especially, everything comes across as black and white, when in reality, the truth in both things is probably somewhere in the middle. Right? And, it's unfortunate that, these days it's tough to have, a healthy debate about anything and to know what the truth is, because if, you're Republican or you're conservative in Canada, then you're automatically thought to believe one thing. And if you're a liberal or a Democrat, you're automatically thought to be,
another thing. And it's tough to have, especially on social media, an honest, truthful debate or discussion about anything without it getting very politicized, in my mind.
So Mark, if I could like push a button on my
Sure.
little live stream here, hypothetically, and your microphone would transmit to every device across Canada for 1 minute. No, let's say 20 seconds.
Sure.
And on this topic specifically about the politicization of everything, you wanted to give some advice to every Canadian, let's just say North America.
Sure.
What would be your broadcast?
I think the ultimate message isn't to, to do this or to do that. I think everybody should have an open mind, right? And everyone should have an open mind and be honest and be open to other perspectives. Because certainly, North America is a small part of the world and everybody might have a perspective, but there are other, I don't want to say other truths out there, but again, other perspectives that everybody needs to consider. Everybody should make their own decision. Don't rely on, this media, that media, or what anybody else says. Make your own decision, but have an open mind without having any preconceived notions of anything.
Could you give an example of an issue where you'd rather see more open-minded discussion?
Well, I think, just broadly, I mean, when we have a federal election coming up, and, when I think about who to vote for, I think everybody shouldn't necessarily vote for specific, topics or specific beliefs that the leader has. I think you want to choose somebody that you can respect, that will make the right decision based on all the information they have, right? So somebody who doesn't say we should always do this or we should always do that. Someone who's just open-minded, because certainly I understand that, I think I'm a reasonably intelligent guy, but I certainly don't have the same perspective, the same knowledge, the same insight into all these issues that are facing us. And so, for me to say that anybody should, would be silly. So I'd love to vote for, anybody who had an open mind and were willing to take the best thoughts of all the experts and then make what they think is the best decision. And even if I don't agree with that decision, then at least I can respect that decision because they've, again, approached it the right way, right? But again, going back to Canadian politics, I think, not to let my political view come through, but it's coming through now. Justin Trudeau, for example, he believes in a certain vision of Canada. And I think it's very narrow-minded and he doesn't consider any other possibilities. And if you disagree with him, then, you're any number one of names. I don't want to say anything. And that becomes very divisive. And I don't think ultimately, that's the best way for, society or the economy or anything to operate. And I would certainly be happier to vote for a leader that, again, was more open-minded and had a broader perspective that rather than be narrow-minded. Because there's going to be things that come up that we can't predict, like COVID, that come up. And again, you want to have a leader, again, who doesn't have any preconceived notions about what to do or whatnot. They take all the best advice and they make the best possible decisions. And again, even if I don't agree with it, at least I can respect it then.
So just so I have a clear idea of what you're saying that kind of right now people are looking for a candidate where they know which way they're going to go on like an issue. For example, they're always pro X, Y, and Z, but against this.
Right, and just, from my perspective, if you're Republican, then you always agree with the Republican perspective. If you're a Democrat, you always agree with the Democratic perspective. And again, the best route and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But because, if you believe in Donald Trump, then you believe in X, Y, and Z. If you believe in Joe Biden, you believe in A, B, C, D. And I think people are too ingrained in their stance and, again, not open-minded enough to consider that, there's other perspectives out there, right? Even if you're a Democrat, a Republican can have a good idea. And even if you're a Republican, not all Democrats are hippies who believe in whatever. There are good ideas. Good ideas come from everywhere, and we all need to be sort of open-minded to that possibility.
Yeah. So it kind of sounds like this politicization that you're talking about before can happen not just with issues, but also with groups of people, where just because I am a Republican or I am a Democrat,
sure,
I sort of feel like I always have to be taking the Democratic position on every issue.
Right.
Whereas you wish that not just Justin Trudeau, but everybody will consider, the best points that the Republicans and Democrats make about every issue.
Yeah, just be open-minded. I mean, there's lots of smart people out there in any industry,
on every political party, and again, we'd all be silly not to keep our ears and eyes open for different ideas that could help improve everybody's lives. Right.
So if I came at you with a very narrow-minded perspective, and let's say I said, totally disagree. I think that we should all be standing our ground because politics is about the tug of war and finding the compromise. And so maybe we should all just stay entrenched in our beliefs, and hopefully the society as a whole might land in the middle. What would be your best counter-argument to somebody with that kind of view about it?
I believe in being open-minded, and so I believe in my beliefs and what I think, but I could agree that maybe that might work out. And so I would say, being a Canadian, if that's what Americans wanted to do in their country, all right.
Oh, so you came at this so open-mindedly that you even would just accept this position.
Well, because I think, obviously I've expressed my perspective on how things are, but again, I don't believe that necessarily I'm the smartest guy in the room, and there might be other perspectives and other reasons why that you think that way. And, if we were sitting down having a beer, we could, why do you think that? I mean, what, and maybe you can convince me. And if I can be convinced, then sure. Right.
So is there a virtue in being so open-minded that you could even be convinced to be more closed-minded?
Yeah, I think ultimately, like even in our business, when we have employees or staff meetings, I want everybody's idea. I want to hear everybody's idea. I mean, everybody can have one. Again, good ideas come from all sorts of places, but ultimately, for my team, we're a democracy until I make a decision, and then everybody better be on the same page. Right. So I'm open-minded, but once a decision has to be made, if there's a specific issue, then we make that decision and we're all on the same page. And if we're not, then you're on the wrong team. Right? But
so even in the stance of being more open-minded, there's still nuance about that.
Yeah, I think so. And going back to, again, I can respect a leader who makes a decision, even if I don't agree with it, if I think they've gone through the right process. If they've taken all the information, they've weighed it out, they've talked to their experts, they make a decision on COVID. If they decide we need to be locked down for a year and everybody stays in their house, okay, if you can show me the science behind that, okay, good. Then I don't agree with it, maybe. I want to be free, but I can see why you made that decision. All right, so...
let's use our little visual metaphor to help here. Let's say that on the far left of this, we're talking about politics, so ignore the left and right. Let's just say that that's a coincidence that this goes left to right. Let's say on the far left, this would be everybody should be totally closed-minded about everything.
Okay.
And on the far right, let's say everybody should always keep a totally open mind about everything. Where would you put your needle, and as a follow-up, where do you think we should all be?
Well, not to be too neutral about it, but probably somewhere in the middle. I mean, right? I think we all need, but the caveat to that is, again, as we talked about, I think you can be closed-minded, you can be open-minded. At the end of the day, a decision needs to be made, right? And I don't say we should be open-minded, so we need to take in every single perspective from every single person and talk about it endlessly. But we can be open-minded, but a decision needs to get made, right? And so as long as we're not open-minded forever, or then I'd probably lean towards this way. But again, it's not in perpetuity.
And where do you think that the state of American politics is right now?
I'd probably say there, right? I think everybody is closed-minded. And I think I love social media as much as the next person, but I think we've all been on Twitter, for example, and if you comment on somebody, everybody's going to jump all over you from the opposite perspective, no matter what you say. You could say the sky is blue, and somebody would say, "Are you an idiot? Over there it's white. Don't you know it's actually gray?" Whatever. And I think it's just it's a hard way to live when everybody is so black and white. And it does go back to the whole mental well-being and all that, because if if you're getting beaten up all the time, it's tough, right? If you don't feel heard, it's tough, right? So,
great. Well, I feel like you've laid out not just your stance on it, but also what a counterpoint of that could be. Talking about maybe there's, in a practical term, too much open-mindedness, that you never land on your feet on any stance whatsoever.
Well, while we're talking about things, I'll say one more thing.
Go for it.
An opinion about the whole, especially in the U.S., but especially in Canada as well. The whole Black Lives Matter, racism, all those things, right?
Don't do it.
No, I think there are problems for sure in Canada and the United States that we could all do better on. There is no dispute about that. But people in Canada and the US have it better than anywhere else in the world, right? And you know, if you were an African American here and you try to, you know, certainly there are things that are systemically against you here. I don't dispute that. Is there racism here? Absolutely. But try being an African American in China or Japan or Russia. It is far worse there, right? Try being a white person in Kenya or whatever. There's racism there too. And so, you know, it gets a lot of news about what goes on in the United States and what goes on in Canada. But there's more tolerance here than anywhere else in the world, right? And again, if you try to, you know, I've you know, traveled a lot, and if you tried, you know, in Japan, you can't even have a Catholic church, right? They're not allowed. In China, you can't either. If you were a black person in China, you'd be subject to far worse than anything you could have here. And if you talk about opportunities, there's no opportunities over there, right? And it's not to say it's good or wrong. It's just different. And I think people should recognize that in North America, from a race perspective, you know, there's more tolerance here than anywhere else in the world. But because we're so caught up in everything here and it's become such an issue, I don't know if people necessarily recognize that. So that's just my 2 cents.
So if I'm understanding, you think that so all of this talk about Black Lives Matter, the current social movement there, sort of lacks a wider perspective about maybe how far we've come?
Right, and certainly, you know, I'm not obviously African American, so again, they might have, you know, a different perspective, and certainly there's things that we can do better in Canada, in the United States, and that's where we live, and we always want to strive to do better for all races, right? But as you say, from a broader, wider perspective, we have it better in North America than anywhere else in the world, right? And I don't think enough people recognize that, and they should. And you know, I could go on. You know, I mean, even my kids. Then, you know, I want them. They grew up in Toronto, and you know, Toronto's, you know, first world nation, obviously, or first world city. But I try to expose them to as many different cultures from around the world, because Canada's a small place in the bigger scheme of things. You know, there's lots of different cultures and different ways to live and different ways to tackle problems. And, you know, I don't want them to just be sheltered in their first world Toronto bubble, because it's a big world out there. And, you know, there's issues out there, or, you know, we all say first world problems that we have that are in the big scheme of things not very important. And again, different ways that we can tackle how we get along with each other, you know, how we are as a society, and so it's important for me to make sure that they're exposed to different countries, different cultures, different opportunities even, right?
So we are kind of like approaching the end of the interview, just so you know. I know that you've got places to be. If you could brainstorm with me maybe like an alternative hypothetical situation in politics in America, where we woke up tomorrow and the world was in such a way that you might change your stance on this issue. For example, you know, you talk about comparing America to lesser developed nations, like, you know, places where they don't have as many freedoms socially, politically. How far would America need to decline socially before those comparisons became irrelevant? If somebody said, you know, America needs to be this bad.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily categorize it as bad or decline. You know, for all the, you know, issues that we sort of touched on or talked about here, all those countries have their own issues as well, right? They might have different issues, and so I don't necessarily think, you know, Canada or the U.S. is better or worse than those. I mean, it's just different. And certainly, you know, you know, if countries want to run a certain way or have their economy a certain way and have different rights and freedoms, you know, I don't necessarily think that, you know, we as, you know, Canadians, Americans, whatever, necessarily need to be involved or, again, say it's better or worse. It's not our business to do that. And I think, you know, when we start saying we're better, we're worse, they should do this, they should do that, it's a very dangerous situation, because, you know, a lot of those, you know, societies have been around a lot longer than us. You know, they've figured out a way to make it work, and if their citizens are happy, then you know, if they're better or worse, if they're happy, then they're happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't want to take up too much of your time and go off on too far of a tangent, but even, you know, things like the Me Too movement. You know, certainly we're all about, you know, making women feel feel comfortable and feel happy, and you know, and certainly their opinion is more important. But when we start to take our standards of how we treat people and apply them to other societies, that becomes very dangerous, because every society is different. They all have their own cultural norms, their own values, and certainly for us to say as Canadians or as Americans that you should be doing it this way, you should, you know, respect what we do here, is not right either.
Mhm.
Right? And again, sort of going back to sort of being open-minded, and I think, you know, understanding that different, you know, countries, different cultures are just different, not better, not worse, not something we need to apply, you know, our rules to. They're just different. And so again, I wouldn't categorize, you know, America as having to get better or worse to be equal to those other countries. They're just different, right?
Gotcha. I feel like I'm understanding that it's not so much on a spectrum of better to worse. It's just that because each country has its own different story of how it came to be and different values, it's hard to compare apples to oranges.
Right. You know, just, you know, obviously I'm from an Asian background, and, you know, we were just talking about this with my mom the other day. So in North America, when your parents get old, maybe you put them into a retirement home or an old age home. But, you know, for my culture and my mom and her parents always all just live with the kids, right? And nobody's ever, the idea of sending your mom to an old age home or retirement home is just mind-blowing to them.
Mm-hmm.
Not better or worse. It's just different, right? And you know, we've had people, you know, my mom lives with me now. People say to me, how can your mom live with you? You know, you're a grown man, she's a grown woman, you should be living on your own. Well, that's not the way I look at it, right? You know, I enjoy living with my mom. I mean, there's some, you know, day-to-day goods and bads, but, you know, it's almost like an honor to be able to look after your parents. They looked after us for a long time, and so I don't see it as cramping my style, and thankfully neither does my girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, again, not better or worse, just I think another way that, you know, societies are different, and we all need to be open-minded to how other folks, you know, live even day-to-day, month-to-month, year-to-year.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mark, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thanks so much for having me. This was always fun.
Yeah.
Cross podcast off my bucket list.
Sure. You left a lot of meat on the table for us to chew on. And,
I'll leave that for the next hiker.
Yeah. We're out here some Sundays, depending on which location we happen to be at. But if you take a card, you can follow our socials and even schedule a follow-up interview if you want to continue where we left off.
I just flew in this morning, and we're out in a couple days. Thought we'd come for a hike, but I'll check this out, and you never know.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Rishi.
Like a puzzle piece like this?
Yeah, whichever color you decide.
That's okay. I'll leave those with you. I'll take a sticker, though. Oh, I like the sticker, but I'm not sure what I would do with the puzzle piece. All right.
Thank you.
Guys.
Have a good one. Safe travels.
Good stuff.
I'm going to start breaking down.
Yeah. Oh man, I would have loved to have probed more of that cultural relativism assumptions there going on.
Mm-hmm.
Would love to go down that road, but yeah, ran out of time.
What kind of question direction would you have gone in with that?
Yeah, the questioning the claim that it's not different. It's not good or bad. It's just different.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by good and bad? Is it really the case that it's just different? Yeah, would love to explore that.
To see if what kind of measurement he's making of better or worse, like in terms of how the people's quality of life is, how much freedoms that they have.
Yep. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching.
For women in Afghanistan right now, really bad.
Be back in 2 weeks doing live, and I should have clips from this whole live session on my Cordial Curiosity Clips channel. Link in the description. Subscribe there, and yeah, there.
And have it influence our policies about what we're doing.
Alrighty.
Should we always focus on the one place in the world where it's the worst? Working our efforts toward the worst or better? Those are the questions. Same question of should we go to space or fix things here first?
Yeah.
Can we chew gum and walk at the same time?
Yeah.
You know?
My attempt, of course.
Sure.
If you see us out here, stop for an interview.